But I think we will have you all picking up still inside of Port Nyanzaru. Um, in general, I think you all are preparing to head towards Mesro. I don't know if you've actually decided all of the details of your trip, so we'll kind of pick up in that process. Um, Rin, is that you thinking about hiring a different set um, of guides?
Yeah, I'd kind of like to know what Taryn and Jarek think about getting a guide and maybe this one with a dinosaur. Or, if you guys had a chance to look at the guides that were available, what do you guys think?
Yeah, do any of the other guides mention Mesro specifically?
I like as a place that they wanted to visit.
Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm just looking through them now. Yeah.
It looks like we can negotiate though for those two. Some of them say that they will take something different. Like the dwarfs, it doesn't really say anything about a different price.
Yeah, I mean,
Where's Rackhammer? If that's close. The, um, I don't know what his name is, but the super gray one, super gray guy is going that wants to go there.
I think that might be more on the western side because I think the when we had found the corpse of a dwarf, I think it maybe belonged to the Rackhammer clan, and that was over towards like the Mistcliff Mountains. I think I want to say.
Yeah, and then you also had I can't even think of the character that he created. At some point, Marcus was also from Rackhammer, but I think for what it's worth with the party, you all would understand that Rackhammer is vaguely west of Camp Vengeance. I think I circled the right area, but if you give me a few moments, I can check and make sure that it's not that other unexplored area, just kind of west of Vorn. But from those two like points of contact, you all would have at least the vaguest understanding that it is in the Mistcliff Mountains.
And then the second one from the top says she'll waive her fee. Waive my fee and guide them to places no one else has found. What does that mean? Oh, we don't know her personal quest.
My bad. So it's south of that. Rackhammer is vaguely west of where you all understand Omu to be.
What about the guide second from the top? That one doesn't say where she would waive her fee to go.
I guess it's a Firehammer, right? Firefinger. I mean, we could try and talk to her and see if that's something she needs to do immediately, or if we agree, kind of like what we did with Eku, and say, you know, we agree to um, help you with that, but first we want to do this thing and going towards Mesro like our initial plan. Um, or we could do with the uh, third ones, um, and just offer them like the equal share and go to Mesro.
I didn't realize I didn't post their names with them when I redid that.
Who's Gel 321?
Just people who join last minute and think they can play. It's all very, very tragic.
I mean, the other option is we go with Eku again and basically just agree that we'll go back to Umbala at some point with the knowledge that we kind of already know what's waiting for us there.
Will they have other benefits that aren't in these little summaries? Because didn't Eku provide water for the group? I don't think that says that in her summary, does it?
She does not advertise that.
Okay, so could we expect that other ones that we choose may have abilities that we don't know now?
You can definitely expect them to be individuals who are rich and interesting in their own right.
Okay. Um, I think it would be cool if we could investigate to see if any of them were able to provide shelter or water. I think both of those are going to be important while we're traveling.
So you all would like to set up some interview times and try to find some of the guides?
I'd like to send them a fine time for their availability.
Chris, any thoughts, ideas?
And I'm thinking, but I just feel like Echo is still the best one to take. But, and we know her, so yeah, we could talk to the others, see if there's anyone else we want. Yeah, can't figure out anything right now.
No, that's good feedback. I wasn't here when you guys chose before, so I don't know which is best. If Eku's best, let's see if she'll go with us again.
I mean, I'm just basing Echo as best because she's been with us, and well, we
But
know she's not stabbing us in the back.
can we get anything extra with Eku since we're taking her on a second adventure? Does her contribution to the group level up if we take her out again?
I mean, I wouldn't think so. She's still focused on Mbala. I think it would probably be the same deal.
I'm in for that. That would save some time.
Yeah, I mean, and she's a known quantity, in terms of we've traveled with her before.
Yeah, plus the free water and food, very good.
Let me have you all. Would you like to spend some time collecting rumors? I'll take a day away from you that you all spend in town. And if
I mean,
you'd
I feel
like,
like
you can potentially interview two different guides during that same day.
because I feel like we were probably going to be in town at least a day anyway, kind of waiting for our stuff to be completed.
I think Cameron chose the price that took 3 days for him to get his necklace.
I thought it was 2, and can I collect that in his absence and wear it and own it?
Negative.
I can't. Well, I feel like that's gameplay. I might could bribe the shop owner.
I mean, a shop owner that gives away something that someone else ordered probably wouldn't last all that long, to be honest.
Technically speaking, the tokens that both Brennick as well as um, Darren like got in return were like when you go to a dry cleaners. Like if you lose that token, they never have seen you before, so they've got nothing for you. It's when you see the dry cleaner wearing your leather jacket. You're like, wait a second.
I mean, I'd be up for maybe interviewing one or two other potential guides. I think Jarek would probably be leaning towards rehiring Eku, but he'd be open to seeing kind of what else is on offer.
But aren't we on a bunch of kill missions, and she doesn't want us to kill stuff? So then it's going to be killing things only out of necessity, right? I guess that's fine.
Pretty much all you have to do is not kill something that is good. Don't just be murder hobos, and she is perfectly fine. If undead attacks you, she had no problem killing it. Dinosaurs attacking you, kill it. Dinosaurs not attacking you, please don't kill it. And like things that can intelligently talk that are saying we surrender, don't fucking kill it.
Yeah, but like if we had decided to like instead of tricking the materia, like going in and just murdering their entire camp, that'd be the kind of thing she probably wouldn't be down for.
Yeah, her moral code was effectively if it attacks you, you can do whatever. If it's not attacking you, it would be better not to kill it. If it's actively surrendering, you're evil if you kill this.
It's like the non-aggression principle, kind of, right? So, like, don't be the instigator, but someone that comes after you, you can defend yourself. But she's not to like the turn the other cheek level of like she's not a pacifist.
But yeah, I didn't really record how long you all had to spend in town. I feel like it was 2 or 3 days. So if you all want some time to collect rumors, to collect um, time to interview different guides, that is perfectly fine if you all would like to do that. But in the long run, just let me know what you're trying to do here. Because if we're going to role play anything, I can definitely role play them for you. If you just want to try to figure out what you can collect by actually just listening to people talk around town, you can do that and not interview these people. If you want to sit down and actually chat with them, like it's purely up to you how you want to go about this. And I think you have at least the correct answer that on some level, all you have to do with Eku is just have the conversation related to what you're going to do related to Membala. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be forced one way or another. You just have to kind of figure out how it will play. So I'm going to call on y'all and put you on the spot to decide what you're going to do here. Rin, do you want to interview people? Do you want to listen for rumors? Do you want to do both?
Um, I'm kind of just kind of waiting to get out into the jungle, probably. So I'm in for whatever the team wants to do. If that's interview, if we think we can find better than Eku, that's great. We can do that. If we think that Eku's the best after we've already vetted them, then let's get her and go. I, but then I'm in for rumors. So if either one of the others have a preference, um, it doesn't make me any difference. But I am excited to try my new spells.
Brennick, what would you like to do?
So I think Jarek would. He's
Oh
he's
shit! Yeah, my bad.
no
Like
worries. I
I'm
knew I
looking at
knew
your
I knew
actual.
what you meant. They both end in ick, so yeah, no worries. Um, yeah, I think Jarek would be. He'd probably be fine with just listening to rumors. He'd be leaning towards going with the known quantity of Eku. So if there was no strong push by any of the others to interview alternatives, he would just be kind of spend his time while he's waiting for essentially his like armor to be repaired and all that to maybe just spend it in some taverns and listen for rumors.
Gotcha. And then what about Taryn? What's he thinking? Still going with Eku idea?
Yeah, Taryn would also go with Eku, seeing that she's known quantity. She's proven that she's good to have around. But he would also like to listen to rumors about the others, if only to get some information, if we ever meet them in the jungle.
Gotcha. So you all have a couple of days here. If you want to listen for rumors, and you've got particular names in mind of what you're kind of listening for, let me get like which one you're thinking about, and then a D100. So it sounds like Azaka was one of them. She was the second one, like posted right underneath Eku. And then I think the couple is for Rule and Gondolg. They're the ones that Rin posted right at the start there, who have the dinosaur. Are those the main contenders that you all were kind of considering?
I think Jarek would also be um he'd be curious to listen for rumors about the non-affiliated, the rogue guides, I guess, for lack of a better term. Those two, I don't know if those are Tabaxi.
Gotcha, River Miss and Flask from out in the Black Market.
Yeah, just I don't know if he would know those names, but like if he heard rumors about like unsanctioned guides, that would definitely pique his interest.
Gotcha. So for now, let me basically have Rin, do you want to basically roll for what you all can pick up about Ferrul and Gondog? I'll have Jarek roll for River Mist and Flask of Wine, and then we'll have Taryn roll for Azaka Stormfang.
Is that a D100?
Yes, please. Alrighty. So, Rin, when I mean, realistically, this is more like the idea that all of you kind of pick this up. You guys just have like the single roll for each kind of thing at this point. Um, So across the time that you all are kind of like listening on this like first day, in general, you're going to pick up signs that Ferrul and Gondolo have a lot of gambling debts. They came here with a lot more money than they originally thought. Their dinosaur was a failed purchase at actually getting into races. And while the two has had success going out into the jungle, they don't necessarily always come back with the people who they took out into the jungle. But they seem very much in debt and in need of coin. If you guys wanted to hire them, they would be a great person to give coin to.
That sounds terrible.
I mean, that sounds like the exact type of person you want to hire. Get affiliated with somebody who's got a lot of debt so they can kind of put it off on you. That would be wonderful for you. Oh, wait, no, my bad. That's wonderful for them.
Yeah.
As you kind of listen for things regarding Azaka Stormfang, you pick up a lot of signs of her being quite mysterious. She's definitely a very well accomplished warrior and a rather safe guide as far as getting people out into the jungle and back. And a lot of those signs point to how kind of animalistic she is when danger actually approaches. But you pick up signs that she seems to be a pretty accomplished warrior, maybe some sort of barbarian. It's really kind of hard to pick up what people mean, but she seems to be a pretty accomplished fighter, as far as a guide goes. She's not necessarily like extremely skilled in like the guiding things, but when danger approaches, that's the type of person you might want to have around.
Do we know if she offers water or carries a tiny hut?
Nobody would talk about such things. As you're listening for things about river mist and flask of wine, you hear a lot of signs. The two of them operate um, very stealthily as a pair. Um, Often they're mistakable one for the other if it weren't for the fact that they so clearly look different. It would be the type of thing where they're effectively like have that twins connection where they can kind of finish one another's sentences kind of thing. They seem to be pretty solid business partners. As far as things go, they operate outside of the law, but you can't really tell why. And in general, you can pick up they're specifically looking for one very particular human. Can't really get any signs of who it is they're looking for, but they're very curious about one human in particular. And they've got some experience finding some of the ruins inside of Chalt, so they seem to be rather accomplished as far as getting people to and back to Port Nyanzaru, or out into the jungle and then back to Port Nyanzaru.
Hmm. Imagine we'd have to be careful given our relationship with Congo, just to probably um, it might be bad for us if it's discovered that we're operating with unsanctioned guides. But
He
definitely,
is also the guide of, or he's the merchant prince of magical items. He's like, you're still close to a merchant prince, but he's in particular not the one who actually deals with guides. That would certainly be more dangerous.
Right, yeah, Joe Ball, yeah. Yeah, I think Jarek at least is probably um still leaning towards Eku after learning these things. But I mean, if we're going into a heavily infested undead area, Azaka could also be um potentially a good choice if she's as kind of this fierce a fighter as the rumors are saying. But we also know Eku can handle herself if she needs to, or like provide, you know, help support us if we need it.
So with that first day of kind of collecting information, you all would again still have more days here. Do you want to try to collect more information on any of these particular characters, kind of moving forward?
What was that? Do we want to spend more days here?
Well, I think realistically you are spending more days there. It's more a question of is do you want to actually like look into other guides? Do you want to look deeper into these same guides? Is there anything that's kind of appealing at that moment?
I think Jarek would be he'd be trying to see if he can pick up any more rumors about um you know maybe the particular person that River Mist and Flask of Wine are looking for, and or maybe were they like did they have some sort of falling out with Joe Ball? Did they used to be sanctioned guides but they're not any longer? Just a little more if he can, trying to learn more background about them.
Gotcha. Anything from Rin? Do you want to do research on somebody?
Can I buy their dinosaur? Can I offer to buy their dinosaur from them? I want to take a dinosaur. You said it was a bad purchase.
And then how about for Taryn?
Taryn would probably do more information gathering, but instead of Asaka, he's actually gonna check on companion named Weed. Weed, right? One from the Emerald Enclave.
Gotcha. I think that's Quasha and Kapule.
All right, he had. Okay, yeah.
What is it?
I
I gave you all. Yeah, those are the ones from Fort. Um, so you all don't necessarily know that, but just that there's somebody who's out there, the druid, and then his companion's named Weed. But yeah, my bad. I gave you a little bit more information in their actual names there. So that'll be a little bit higher for you. Let me get a D100 from Rin on a dinosaur search. Let me
I,
get a D100 from Taryn looking into the Druid and Weed, and then a D100 from Jarek on the two kitties. Alrighty. So, Rin, you are able to find that if you go to some of the merchants under Ethan Tauroa, you are able to purchase beasts. You are able to find different merchants who have a few different creatures for sale. One of them is a Hydrosaurus, which is approximately a 7 to 8 meter, 23, like 6 foot, um, long. I think that's long. Um, Dinosaur that is basically a standing on its hind legs, um, kind of 2 to 4 thousand pound creature. And they're basically kind of like, I feel like you're kind of like tiny Tyrannosaurus Rex kind of thing. Um, Roughly, I think twice the size of a human, kind of height wise. They stand vaguely like about 8 feet tall, or 8 or 10 feet tall, like, but they're much longer. They almost use their front legs kind of walking. And I am pretty sure these are herbivores. One of the other options is a Deonyx. I feel like you all have bought these. These are smaller, about like 11-foot long dinosaurs that kind of stand about like 3 or 4 feet tall. And they weigh like a few 100 pounds, I think. Um, and these are carnivorous, basically. These are what we would know as kind of velociraptor kind of things, but I think a little bit smaller than the velociraptors. Yeah, about 220 pounds, about 3 to 4 feet at their hip. Yeah, I think that's about 5 or so feet at their back. Um, and then Ankylosauruses are the ones that you all have seen quite a few times that are basically walking on all four legs. They have a huge armored back and tail. Um, those are the three that are in general for sale. The Hadrosaurus you found for about 100 gold, and then you found the other two for about 250 gold.
Do the carnivorous ones like fight if you need fighting?
They are effectively trained. Are you going to have a creature that you can have in fight in combat with you? Not necessarily. Are all of them going to defend themselves if they get attacked? Yes.
Okay, interesting. Good to know. I don't think we can probably get a dinosaur this time, but that's good to know.
Well, I think without any effort, you all could purchase the Hadrosaurus. I think if everybody banded together, you would be able to purchase one of the other two.
What would we do with it? Besides ride around really cool. What do they is there any
You're the
other
one who
benefits?
wants it.
Well, I know. Well, I just yeah, well, I hear you.
Like, if you had extra coin, you could basically like purchase barding for them, which barding is very expensive, but that would give you all effectively like a luggage carrier. And then the other option is of course you can kind of tie your own gear to it. It's just a lot more dangerous than actually having barding for it.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking like as a pack animal type of thing, it could be useful potentially, but
Yeah, and I think in the long run, I could probably offer some more animals to you. Like a triceratops is 500 gold. But I know you can't afford that right now. But like that's one of the things, like, had I known this ahead of time, I could prepare animals for you all. Perhaps for next time, we can prepare some animals that you all might want to purchase next time. But in the long run, that's one of those things, like if you get at me ahead of time that you want to get a dinosaur, that's how I know to prepare dinosaurs for you to be able to purchase.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
I spelled dinosaur really funny while I'm trying to think and type. And then let's see, Jarek, as you are pushing further, trying to find out what you can about River Mist and Flask of Wine, you do find connections where people talk about the network. Um, they talk about the Shadow Company and kind of pass by a few different things. Let me get an insight from you, because I think you, the player, are already picking up on this. But I want to see. Yeah, I think it's going to be enough of a rumor where you're going to be at least connecting the dots that these two likely work with or for the Zentarum, and they are indeed likely searching for Artis Kimber.
Got it.
And another thing I think that you would pick up is the two of them actually have taken people to an old woman in Mumbala who, rumor has it, is able to resurrect people as zombies, where while they are indeed dead, they maintain their abilities and their memories of the life they had.
Probably guess who that would be.
That's also partly me confirming for you all that um, she does indeed have the power to resurrect dead characters.
Who is she?
Oh, Neni Poo. She's like a when we first went to Mambala and Eku kind of like regressed as we were going up the ruins and eventually fell unconscious. She was like the only person left in Mambala. Um, it had been a uh, like long ago there had been like a village, like a settlement there, and like everyone had died, and she was still there. She's like this old woman, kind of creepy, has some weird powers. We kind of eventually, I think, got enough information to kind of guess that she might be a hag or a hag like creature.
Yeah, I think by the time you all left there, you would understand that she's a hag. And also, what's up, Cam? Because she pulled, damn, Larry, I can't even think of his character, Island aside and tried to make a deal with him, which he turned down. But when you all needed instant healing for Eku, part of what she said is, I can only do powerful magic when powerful things are given up. And when she asked Island, I think the original deal that she offered Island was, you will never see your god again, and I can heal her for you instantly. And I feel like he took that deal as a different thing than he would never see the moon again. His entire life, the moon could be there for everybody to see, and it would be completely black to him. He would never see Saloon again. And when she offered instant healing for Eku for years of somebody's life, I think Island kind of made that statement, like it would take we're wasting time waiting for you to heal her. She kind of like responded like, if you'll give up time, I can heal her immediately. And that's when Taryn actually offered, I think, 20 years of his life. And that's why actually Taryn has like those healing potions and the healing kit, because she wanted less and her magic was powerful enough that she could create those for you. But yeah, at that point, you all could confirm pretty solidly like what a hag is and the fact that that's what she is. That her magic feeds on your life. Not necessarily bad, not necessarily good, but that's how she does powerful magic.
Got it. Cam's here now with his necklace ballet slip.
Hello.
What up, Cam?
Oh, sorry for coming in a little bit late. I totally acted like it's still the middle of the holidays.
Oh, good. Yeah, when Darcy said that you missed, shit, I already can't remember what you called it. Game day?
Sun game?
No.
Sun
Sun
game?
game. Yeah, when she said that, that's why I sent you the message about are you sleeping? Because it seemed like you were. We are
Appreciate that.
currently still inside of Port Nyanzaru, kind of spending those few days where you all are in town, waiting for the different things to be finished. And they're kind of picking up rumors about some of the other guides before relatively, I think, solidifying that Eku is the right choice. But I am curious if Cam/Darren had any thoughts on any of the guides that you kind of wanted to try to collect some rumors on. In general, at this point, we have kind of figured out that Azaka, who is the second guide where I posted them up above here, like right underneath Eku. She is a kind of powerful warrior. She's the one who's like interested in finding Firefinger. She's a powerful warrior, pretty good about getting people back to town, and seems to have kind of rumors about being rather animalistic when danger confronts you. Picked up that Ferrul and Gondolo, who are right below Azaka, the two of them have a lot of gambling debts and actually tend to not bring people back to Port Nyanzaru, as they seem to not be terribly good guides, but they do have a dinosaur, so that's something. But that's part of them being terrible gamblers. But the good news is if you hire them, you might be able to take their gambling debt onto yourself. And River Mist, Flask of Wine are two of the guides from out in the Takiri anchorage who work under the Black Network. In the process of kind of listening for these rumors, you all have picked up that they seem to be searching for Artist Kimber, as well as potentially work for the Zentarum. But they do seem to be rather accomplished guides, and like Azaka, have at least some success finding some of the ruins out in Chalt. And the last one, before I'll straight up ask you if you want to roll for anyone, is with Quasha and Kupalu, who are guides out of Fort Balarian. I think, Taryn, you're probably going to pick up that while they don't operate out of Port Nyanzaru, it's not so much that they're friendly with the fire, with the flaming fists, but that Fort Balarian is less industrialized. Like, they're still out in nature by being next to Fort Balarian, whereas Port Nyanzaru is, to a druid sensibilities, a desolate wasteland because of the city. So you have a certain sense of most of why they're there is because they're still in the jungle. They seem to be rather well spoken of, but it's also a little bit harder to kind of pick up a lot of things about them. I think in the long run, you can kind of find out that, and maybe that more or less Kawasha's goal in life, kind of their biggest importance of everything, is trying to rid the jungle of the undead. I don't think you're going to pick up anything bad about them, except for just this understanding that you would have to go to Fort Balarian to find them.
Right on. Well, so would I know how the group feels in particular about the Zentarum? Have we had any bad dealings with them, or is the Zentarum out for our group in any manner?
So we've come across them in the jungle. They essentially they're looking for artist Kimber, and they've offered a lot of money if we find him and essentially give them to him. And we kind of know, just I think by reputation and rumors, that um, they're kind of shady. They're like a kind of mercantile organization, but their methods are not always on the up and up. Um,
Well, as long as we're not in outright trouble with them, Darren took a liking to Eku, plenty fine, and would be happy to carry on with her, but also would be very curious to have a couple of other people who were looking for Eku along. But that's what he would narrow his selection down to. So if Eku's the main one, then he's big thumbs up about that.
Under the idea that everybody kind of collected some information the first day, and then collected some information the second day. I guess also I could say that Rin also found out that the group is certainly able to purchase dinosaurs from Ifa. But
How the heck much
dinosaurs are
does a
something
dinosaur
you can
cost?
purchase. Iffin. 100 gold is the cheapest, and 500 gold is the most expensive of the ones that are readily available.
I see. That is a little rich for Darren's blood.
Yeah, but if you and I both pitched in, we could get the $100 one. But that's fine. We don't really need a dinosaur. And you're welcome for the information, even though we don't really need it. And I can't think of an applicable use for it.
Maybe actually, maybe just the next time, just a little bit more coin under us, and I'd say, yeah, heck yeah, get something with teeth.
Would you like to roll a D100 to collect any rumors about any of the guides? Or do you want to explicitly interview any of the guides with Darren? It's kind of the same offer that I've already offered them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess River and Flask, I'd like to try and gather. They're the only ones that elsewise totally perked Darren's interest.
Gotcha. So you can roll a D100 for that first day and kind of see if there's any more information to pick up there.
Also, that's just a cool name.
They're the two Tabaxi as well. I don't know if that was fully clear.
Oh, sorry.
I think you all could pick up that they are aware of where Firefinger and Dungrunglung are. But other than that, I feel like you all have picked up most of the clues that you might pick up about River Mist and Flask between that first day and then the second day actually solidifying that they are effectively Zentarum agents of some sort.
So, other than gathering rumors for the guides, is our goal still kind of heading towards Mesra whenever we leave town again?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it was basically you all had to burn some amount of time, and Rin was interested in at least potentially having a different guide, even if on some level it was just to get a dinosaur, which seems to have become apparent. But the main thing is yes, you all had to spend a certain amount of time in Nyanzaru, but effectively, once you all are ready, you can definitely head on your way.
Darren's got an important date with a jeweler maker to get his little dinosaur teeth necklace back, but that's it.
just check your pockets, make sure Rin didn't steal your token, because she's eyeing that necklace.
Mara wouldn't let me steal your necklace.
Thanks for looking out, Mara.
It's only so much that I can do that would incite player versus player. even if it would be funny to see siblings going after it.
Darren would kick Rin's butt.
So I think, assuming that you all have everything by your third days, you should be able to pick up your remaining things. And when you all are ready, we are 100% prepared. You can head on out of Port Nyanzaru and start to journey into the jungle. Is the plan to pick back up with Eku?
Yeah, I think that's what Jarek would be for, is stopping by. I think we know we can find her we know where her house is, so Jarek was thinking we would stop by there on our way out.
Yep, you can definitely head on to the Takiri anchorage to find her. You know where her house is. When you all are prepared, you can go and pick her up. Welcome back, my friends. When we are prepared to go, I can put in the deposit for my being hired, and we can return on our journey. I trust we are still looking for Mesro, and perhaps we will make our way to Mombala afterwards.
Yes, I think that that would be agreeable to us, for us the same terms as the last time.
So yeah, she'll basically at some point, assuming like you guys actually let her know kind of on the second day, she'll pay that basic fee with Jobal, and be prepared to leave when you all are ready. Have you thought about what your plan traveling will be? Have you all decided? Do we plan to cross the river to Kiri and head by land to Mesro? Or would you like to take the river? Will we purchase more canoes?
So Fort Castigliar, that's or Castigliar, that's the Flaming Fist as well, right?
Man, I was actually trying to search that one out to actually confirm what was up with that. And honestly, I was not successful in my most recent search on that one. But I do believe that is the Flaming Fist, in part because they are the people who have essentially found Mesro. Like, it's not a secret location because the Flaming Fist has found it. But that's like me kind of going off of my first reading, and I feel like I'm just kind of skipping over the part that would have outlined it. But yes.
I'm just thinking, just because we know that they treat people who don't have their licenses well, so maybe on our, in terms of figuring out our path, trying to give that a bit of a wide berth. So that was kind of just the reason I was trying to kind of confirm my suspicion about uh, who that belongs to.
Yeah, there's at this point, I think you all would understand that there's basically two things that are going to happen if you like walk into the Flaming Fists in the jungle. Um, you are either going to immediately be attacked for not having one of those things, or you are going to immediately purchase one of those things. Um, how you all go about things might decide a lot of it. It's certainly safer to immediately go and purchase one of them, but you can encounter the Flaming Fists anywhere in Chult. As far as they are concerned, they own Chult. Going close to one of their bases is just slightly higher increase. You're still lost in the jungle any given moment of any given day.
Right. Yeah. I was just kind of, I guess, kind of thinking narratively, like assuming that they would have heavier patrols nearer their bases of operations. But we can, like you said, run into them anywhere. Before we leave the port as well, did we end up putting in that letter of credit that we had gotten from the Flaming Fist when we sold the other canoes? I think Island had on him.
Oh, with the Order of the Gauntlet. Yeah, as far
yeah.
as things go with the Order, you all can. I mean, that's kind of where I was hoping he would actually be here. Yeah, let's see. You'll have to do that on one of your days. So, if you're the one who thinks of it, I'm going to force you to actually role play this.
Sure. Yeah. Or I guess I don't know if we could assume that Island would do it while we were otherwise occupied. However you want to do it.
I guess that I mean we can vaguely do that, and that way I don't actually have to role play it. What's going to kind of go down when Eileen goes to collect that debt? Is he's basically going to be presented with the option that yes, you can definitely take that money back. There is a priest who is in Port Nyanzaru who needs to make her way to Camp Vengeance. And her name is Undril Silvertusk. She needs guides to get there. She has a small expedition that is prepared to go, but from the actual people who have returned, understands that their expedition needs to be much larger. And among those things, she's willing to basically actually hire you all out to help with that. And I think among what she's basically going to offer is, on some level, probably like the first day, she's going to basically try to just say like my like word with the Order of the Gauntlet and kind of like send him kind of coming back to like share that message with you all. But I think, say, like on the second day, the option would become she'll pay double the note to actually have you all escort her off to Camp Vengeance.
So when on that like second day when Island comes back, Jarek would be thinking, it might be, if we're heading into the jungle anyway, and maybe we can, use that if we agree to escort her, we can use that some of that coin to purchase. Although I guess we'd have to portage the uh, canoes if we from Camp Vengeance back east, but towards Mesro. But um, if we're looking to earn a little more coin and to help out the order, that's also an option rather than going straight for Mesro. So Jarek would be curious what the others think about that idea.
I don't know if he even wrote down the note. I feel like it was for 100 or 150 gold. So I'm not even sure how much I'm offering you all at this point. I guess I have to look in my notes and hopefully I can find it. Yeah, this is where having those notes on your actual character sheet really matters. If you're carrying around a piece of paper that's worth 150 gold, write it down.
Hmm.
But this would kind of pull you all back to this idea of going in the opposite direction, which would take you back to Camp Vengeance, back to near Mambala, and back near Orlungu, is where she is offering to go. And it's basically, I want to say it's 150. Because I feel like he bought all 3 canoes from you.
So I just found in my notes 120, 40 per boat.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. Because
So
it was renting 1 or 2 of them. It was something that was like, of the boats that are still at Camp Vengeance, you kind of own 2 of them. They would pay you 120 for the other 2, but borrow. I feel like you all had 4 when you arrived in Camp Vengeance.
I think we had 5 because we had 3, and then I think we found 2 usable ones at Camp Righteous, and we brought those with us, and then we loaned them 2, and then sold the other 3. At least that's what I have in my notes for the promise.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. Because he was basically saying, "Look, we know that a few of these boats are ours, but I'll still buy them from you because you're returning them to us." But yeah, I see in my notes here that it's 120 gold. So she will pay you all 240 gold for that note if you escort her to Camp Vengeance.
Wow.
Yeah, so I mean, the downside, I guess, is that it delays our search for Mesro, but I don't know what do you Rin and Darren and Taryn think.
Well, if the flaming fist is all over that part of the countryside, I wouldn't mind getting familiar with this fancy new quiver I got here. Taking some time to work with it.
Yeah, I mean, Ren's in.
Yeah, Terran is also in. That's a lot of gold.
You can get a dinosaur.
You could even get 2 dinosaurs if we really wanted to.
Every time you travel on the river, you're also reminded that there's only so many places a dinosaur can walk, and it's not on water.
Yeah, but what about those little, like the duckbill guys, or like the T-Rexes with the big spiny thing on the back?
We're just going to need a bigger boat.
So yeah, like on that second day when Island returns, with a little bit of kind of elation behind her, Eku's going to smile to you all, and so we are going to Camp Vengeance. We will be near Mumbala. We will go there soon.
I imagine once we've escorted Undril and her expedition to Camp Vengeance, then it would only make sense to continue on from there to Mumbala.
Hmm.
This is the most delightful turn of events. I am very happy that we found this young lady, that we will be able to help her, and also return to my family and my people.
Yes, with the idea that once we have dealt with your situation in Mumbala, we will strike east again for our initial idea of looking for the ruins in Mesro.
If we are to go to Mumbala, we could travel from Camp Vengeance without the canoes. Or if we must, we can cross the Aldani Basin with the canoes and make at least part of our way, but if we rid ourselves of them in Vengeance with the Order of the Gauntlet, we will also be able to perhaps profit from any that we ourselves are to purchase. That is an option that we can decide on? Do you all have any thoughts? Do you want to purchase canoes and try to also then sell them to the Gauntlet upon arrival? Otherwise, you all can kind of pack yourselves into the actual order expedition, and each boat becomes, far more valuable, both because one sinking means that there's no longer enough space, and it's also, um, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, do you all have any thoughts about will you purchase more canoes, or do you want to go bare minimum and just kind of piggyback onto the camp or Order of the Gauntlet travel?
Jarek's thought would be to purchase a couple of our own. And I think they're, 50 gold each?
Correct.
And we can fit, I guess, assuming that we're kind of our sidekicks are still in the background, it'd be 9 of us, I guess, right? With, or really, realistically, 11, assuming Isla
Yeah,
is.
realistically, at this point, we need to actually count on Rin and Darren have sidekicks, even if you all have not created them yet. For instance, had Darren not joined, we're going to have Rin create one. So at this point, your expedition is 11 people, and I think that is 3 boats. I'm pretty sure they are 4 people a boat maximum.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be good for us to have our own boats, and then if we make it to Camp Vengeance with all the boats intact, we can decide if we um, still need them or if we can, uh, sell them to the Order or, something else. But Jarek would definitely be suggesting that we have our own just in case.
Darren's good with that, but is offering it to only go half in on one on account of it's just his first day back in town in a while. It's only so much gold he's got. But yeah, trying to sell him in Camp Vengeance, but owning him outright.
Well, I was thinking we use 150 of that 240 that Undril gives us, and use that for the canoes.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Runs into that.
Yeah, so just do 20 gold apiece, and then you guys can have 3 group canoes.
I think Jarek is going to use 5 of his to buy 1 more healer's kit as well.
I know we talked about it last time, but I should probably add like the mosquito repellent stuff, right?
That was part of your initial stipend, but if you look it up, I'm pretty sure it's the insect repellent solve. And you can have 20 doses effectively on um, um, Syndra's coin.
Right on. Gotcha.
What was it called?
Insect repellent solve.
Yeah, if you search for in D&D, if you just searching for insect, it'll come up. And then it looks like it's 1 silver per use for anything if you want to purchase more additional on top of those 20.
And again, kind of the important thing to note here is it's not necessarily that you all have to actually keep track of these like day by day. It's for the first 20 days that you all are out of Port Nyanzaru. I am assuming that you are all set on this. And that would include once you actually have your sidekicks created for your sidekicks as well. on some level, I don't want like the bookkeeping to be like swamping, but that's definitely part of this expedition, and especially with a ranger, that's part of where a ranger shines, as well as like if somebody chose to do druid, that's part of where druids shine is in expedition campaigns like this.
And I just updated the party loot list to indicate that we have 3 canoes now, not 5.
Excellent. As far as town goes, are you all theoretically good to go on being in town?
Quick question about my quiver. Is it unlimited arrows that I don't have to stock at all, or like I stock an unlimited ammo amount in there?
I felt like I wrote in that it has a limited number of arrows that it produces.
I clicked on it and I'm not seeing a limit right offhand. Let me see.
Yeah, so right now, you don't actually have access to that yet. So right now, the quiver for a bonus action will create unlimited arrows. As long as you use a bonus action to create an arrow, that is free. That is basically you using a word of power to create one of those 3 arrows that it currently makes.
Okay.
It doesn't need to carry anything to hold those arrows. It's actually a second level where it actually starts to produce arrows, and those are arrows that you can actually draw out of it, but it doesn't cost you any action economy.
Okay, right on.
But right now, like for you to shoot a magical arrow, which is probably the most likely of those that you'll shoot regularly,
Hmm.
that is always a bonus action. You can only ever shoot 1 magical arrow a turn from it.
Roger.
But yeah, so that's the type of thing. Like effectively, you still do want to own arrows. But as that quiver levels up with you, you don't necessarily have to. You'll find out once you're able to level it to level 2, it basically produces up to a maximum of 20 arrows. I'm not entirely sure if you'll ever be shooting more than 20 arrows in a day.
Yeah, it sounds
Um,
like a pretty tough day.
but that's kind of where it's kind of limits things. But in the long run, I think you would be insane not to purchase arrows as an archer, even once it does produce arrows.
Yeah, I think it's just like, what, 1 gold for 20 for a quiver of 20?
Yeah, I had 20 before, and I'll just pick up another 20s for a total of 40 for now. Stock it in there or something. So as long as I like own a set of arrows and it's in the quiver, I don't have to use a bonus action. Is that correct?
Yeah, as long as you have arrows and you're using like the free action to shoot them, you're just shooting a normal arrow. But like part of why I say that those are magical arrows is, one, it does piercing or bludgeoning, your choice, when you shoot one of the magical ones.
Mhm.
But if something is resistant to piercing damage, make it magical, and more than likely it's going to do normal, like maximum damage.
Right on.
But again, it does limit the actual damage to that specific arrow. So everybody all set to leave Nyanzaru?
Adventure.
Yep, Jarek picks up his newly cleaned studded leather and he's ready to go.
Rin's ready.
Darren is ready.
Excellent. So let's get a survival from Jarek and Darren.
Hmm.
So yeah, I think about 7 days into this adventure, you all will be able to make your way back to Camp Vengeance. I think as far as things go, there is certainly the actual occurrence of plenty of wild things happening. In general, though, as you're traveling with a group of like, let's see, 12 Order of the Gauntlet, and then your party of 12, the things that do kind of arise and happen all end up being very kind of minor moments in time. You don't have a experience with the gigantic crocodile this time. Perhaps finding that it too is at least like relatively warded off by the progression of these 6 canoes kind of passing through the area. I guess realistically it's what, probably closer to 9 canoes kind of thing. But in general, you all have a um, you know, long kind of venture through the jungle. It's much simpler in the actual process of traveling now than it ever was before. Um, for what it's worth, it's not entirely uneventful, but um, as long as you guys are a massive company, we're not really going to play that out and just fill you up with random encounters. So, 7 days in, arriving back to Camp Vengeance, you all will arrive with Undril in tow. Mission completed. Among things you will find is that the actual order is in slightly better condition than you found them before. Having sent people away and come back with a large number of actual clerics, they are in a much better situation as far as like when you arrive, having less injured people, as well as once you're there, they have a surplus of actual healers able to take care of things. But while you all arrive into Camp Vengeance, you will have a safe place to rest here. And who's got persuasion? Just Island, the least persuasive group ever.
Wait,
Let me just have
I have persuasion.
have you switched it recently? I've got you as
Not
Arcana, Deception, Insight, and Perception.
insight, investigation, perception, persuasion.
Yeah, I feel
And
like
I changed it that one time
oh
whenever.
yeah, that's what it is. All of my stats for you are wrong because of that. Roll a persuasion for me, Rin. So as you arrive, they will offer you all kind of that same deal. Do you all want a Order of the Gauntlet note for 150 gold? Would you like coin equaling to 115 gold? Or would you like a couple of gems that are vaguely the same value.
And what's the deal with the note? We have to deliver the note.
Yeah, basically the note is worth the most amount of money just simply, but you have to go back to the Order of the Gauntlet in civilization effectively.
Well, it's not like we're needing cash out here in the middle of the jungle.
Yeah, we don't need to go back.
Maybe the gems easy to transport.
Is one of them a diamond?
Do you want to take the gems?
No, I think like Island might be the only one who like really. Or no, Rin also. Like what important components?
What are you going to do with a diamond?
Yeah, no, revive. I am but a simple rain.
In a world where people cannot be raised from the dead?
Oh,
You
yeah,
guys are trying to solve this problem from the very get-go. Diamonds are not nearly as valuable in a world where the dead are dead.
you got me.
So any thoughts there? Gems, gold, or a note?
Gems sound cool. We're going to sell the canoes, right, to recover some gold back?
That's what this offer is for. They will give you the note for the exact value of the canoes, 150 gold. They will give you 115 gold in actual coin, or give you gems essentially worth the same amount.
Jarek, why gems over gold?
They're easier to carry. Might
Could haggle up.
Aren't we using the no encumbrance for gold?
I'm just
No,
thinking
it's
of
the opposite. My rule is that you are feeling your coin's weight.
Mhm.
All right, I'm pro gem.
Darren
and
wrote
like
the note.
yeah, like Darren was saying, like if we find the right person who wants them, it's possible we can get more for them. We could also get less. It's a gamble, but mostly in terms of it's easier to lug around a few gems than lots and lots of coin.
Yeah, like the note, if it gets damaged, it's gone. It's a piece of paper that says the Order of the Gauntlet owes you money. It's very risky, but it's full value. The actual coin, it's risky because you're traveling around in the jungle. You have to keep it safe and lug it around. The gems are the lightest option with the highest value, but they also have the highest variance of value. If you spend 2 weeks trying to sell them, you might get 200 gold for the gems that they're going to give you. If you spend a day selling them, you might get 90. But that's where like trade goods have a huge variance about how long do you want to spend getting rid of them versus how quickly do you need to turn them into liquid currency.
Okay, yeah, I am on board with gems.
Let's see. First 3 people to roll a D36. Actually, you know what? That's unfair. Let me just do all 4 of you. Roll a D46. There's 4 people.
Did you say D46 or D36?
My bad. 36.
Yeah.
36. And I think overall it would probably be best to say that they're and in total they probably make a pound. I don't think it weighs anywhere near enough to actually register on anything. So other than that kind of transaction there, you have a level of Eku is curious to try to like push you on towards Mbala. But it's otherwise kind of for you all to kind of make that decision. Like, what are your thoughts on kind of transitioning her from this, dealing with it, or like where are you all at as far as Eku goes?
Darren's earnestly kind of curious to see it for himself. Doesn't know like the full implication yet, I guess. Wouldn't mind going to Mbala, but is still following Jarek and Taryn's lead.
So Jarek is thinking, like since we know what happened the last time, maybe if when we go this time, maybe we can, have Eku, if we can convince her to like write something or put something, um, almost as like an indicator that she's been here like recently, so that we can hopefully maybe try and convince her that like if this happens again, kind of with the idea that we don't want to bring her all the way up and have to deal with all that fallout again. But
Right.
Does
figure out.
Jarek watch Doctor Who?
I don't. I haven't. No.
Rip.
I wouldn't. I don't either, so I wouldn't have gotten it. But I
There's
thought
like a particular creature in that like steals your memory. So eventually they kind of like wake up where they have these like permanent marker marks all over their body. And it's their little like sign to themselves. Every time they see this creature, they draw a little like hash mark on themselves. But it's like straight up like you forget the first time you did it, but all of a sudden your whole skin is covered in black. And you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, I was almost thinking more like kind of like Memento, right? Where I think that's the one where he like writes tattoos all over himself to.
That's actually on my list of one of those really intriguing like philosophical movies, and I have never seen Memento.
Saw it once a long time ago. I don't really remember all the details, but I feel like I remember that. And it's been like parodied in other shows and stuff. Like I think Brooklyn Nine-Nine did the parody of it with Pimento, where he did the same thing.
So does that sound good for Rin and Taryn? Do you all have any thoughts on this?
I thought this was explained to us a while ago as a futile effort. That
Well, I think that's what Jarek's getting at, though, is one, like, Darren wants to kind of see it. But Jarek is curious, like, if there's a way to have her write something that she can convince herself that you all have satisfied the need, despite her not having a memory.
All right, I'm with you now. That's perfect. That's a really good idea.
Any thoughts from Taryn, or are you down?
Yeah, I'm down. Thinking maybe if we go there again, we could maybe get some new insights too. Like they said, Rain and Darren haven't been there before. They might see something we didn't.
So what in particular kind of ideas do you have that you will try to have her basically send this message to herself?
Well, there's the classic, I the undersigned. But what about like I don't know, a necklace with a note in it maybe?
What I'm thinking about is mostly when she turns young again, she won't recognize us. So how do we convince her to trust what we're saying? It's like something Eku could tell us that she hasn't told anyone else that she knew from young age. Trust that we know something at least.
Or she could write herself a note citing said historic event that happened in younger years that she would know. Maybe her parents' names or something more personal.
The sealed wax letter that we don't open with some sort of signet that she might have maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking in following up on Rin's idea. I think we got her father's name the first time we went. Like as she was regressing, I feel like he mentioned it. Uh,
She wouldn't fully trust that though, as being like the reason why we're telling her her entire belief is wrong because we know your father's name. No.
And yeah, wasn't her father like the king? So wouldn't his name be pretty well known?
Hmm.
yeah, I don't know. Do we have like in terms of like dates? Is there like is this known as like a particular year, like the year of something, or like how are years? I guess denoted in Chult.
Like as far as you all are at right now, it's still all effectively Dale Reckoning in this area. As far as like the ruins of much of Chalt, most of that would go back past the Spell Plague and past um, Dale Reckoning entirely. But I think it is 1493-ish Dale Reckoning.
Like mostly just I'm thinking like if we essentially have her write something with the kind of using whatever dating mechanism is used in these places to essentially say like Eku with and then like our party traveled here on this date and um at Eku's behest, to satisfy her um request kind of thing.
Does Eku have the spell that makes the magical emblem that's very specific to the magic user?
Does Cameron know what spell he's talking about?
Well, Cameron knows, but I can.
Yeah,
Can I?
that's what I'm asking you. Can you tell me the name of the
Uh,
spell that you're
it's
talking about?
like signet or emblem or something like that. Symbol?
Can I minor illusion a little video like R2D2 does with Leia of
Nice.
Eku? Like, can Eku give a 8-second video that I can minor illusion show her?
Well, symbol, I don't think symbol's going to work because we would need powdered diamond worth 1,000 gold pieces.
Yeah, she's
Oh,
also not that high level of a caster either.
gotcha.
Oh crap! Yeah, that's a 7th level spell. Yeah. Or maybe there's something at Mumbala that we can take that, I don't know, something unique that will convince her if we give it to her that she has been there or that we've taken her there, and then we like inscribe our kind of marks on it or something like that.
Well,
So, minor illusion wise, that third paragraph pretty much tells me you can make a picture. You can't make any sound with it. You can't make it move. It's simply just a picture. I'm not sure how you would do anything with that. To convince her, other than basically taking like a Polaroid of her in Mambala and attempting to convince her that that's it after the fact. But that's not necessarily going to do anything.
well, so as far as like when we deliver this news, it kind of took her all the way until we were back into Nyanzaru for her to be like back to her old self. So would we wait all the way until then to like say, "Hey, we already went and did this," or should we do it like soon after going to Mbala?
I mean, ideally, I think we'd like to avoid having her regress again.
Does she know she does this? Can we tell her and ask her what we should do to what she would accept as confirmation?
And I think the idea, like, she essentially has no memory of coming to Mumbala at all.
Yeah, your experience of she has no memory of you all ever being here. Um, if only there was some sort of really powerful oracle who was somewhere in Chalt that you could ask them such a question, but you guys surely don't know a place that you could do that.
Hmm.
Hint, hint, you guys do know a place that you can do that.
I don't know. Maybe it's something that I don't know. Man, it's some if it's the magic that like because she was able to heal her once. Maybe it's something that she can deal with the sort of memory blockage or whatever is. I mean, it will cost us something. Uh,
I feel like the price of that might be a little steep. Fixing her memory or whatever, preventing the cycle from happening again, or just convincing her. Hmm.
And I almost imagine it could be something like in order to give back her memories, we would have to lose some of our own or something like that.
Yeah, my apologies. Do none of you know what I'm trying to reference when I talk about the oracle?
The
No,
hag?
no, not the hag. I think it's even on here on the map. The Orlonga Oracle.
Yes.
Yeah, it was what I was
Karen knows
thinking.
quite well that if you guys go to the Hag, this is definitely going to be an expensive thing to fix.
And yeah, I mean, I already gave up 20 years of my life. I'm not eager to spend any more on
That's fair.
nanny poo poo.
Yeah, and I think was it Syndra who also said that maybe a trip to Oralunga would be a good idea?
Well, that's
And
kind of the thing. You guys, at this point, let me have all of you roll an intelligence check here.
Oh, sorry, I rolled a save.
Is your modifier different for a save? I don't think
It's a
it doesn't matter with
0.
what you rolled. So Rin would be well aware the way people have discussed this particular oracle. You have one chance to go see the oracle. If you go there and you don't ask a question, it's gone. If you go there, get one question, and it's gone. Going to the oracle is a one-time thing. In the long run, you might be able to convince Eku to go and ask that question. You all might find out that she's already gone and seen the oracle. But that's kind of where you all are. Oralunga, though, is a place to go and find answers when you have a problem that you don't know how to solve.
Hmm.
So don't go there and ask, can I ask you a question? Because that's your question, and that's... Yeah.
That's a really good way to never see that oracle again.
So would it
So
be
for
Eku? So if
instance,
we could convince Eku that this was a situation, that could be her question. That would be her question.
unless she's gone there before, is kind of my point. You all don't really have any way to know, especially if she had that like wiped from her memory. But it's also that opportunity that if anybody else has a question right now that they're prepared to ask of that oracle, between Artis, Syndra, and I feel like I had one other character who talked about the oracle. I guess it would have been Wakanga. But I think between them, you all kind of understand that when Artis told you what to do, kind of in that direction of Oralunga, which is something you saw from on top of Mumbala, that was a big thing to kind of connect those dots. Like, that was a lot bigger of a moment than it felt in the actual time frame.
Yeah, and I guess one also alternative is if we try to figure out on our own some way to break this cycle, but that might be beyond our capabilities. Because we haven't been able, we don't know, we have no idea how this magic works or why. And it seems like it's ancient and might be, like I said, beyond our capabilities to deal with ourselves.
Man, I feel like we've got a solid handful of questions we could ask. Like, where's the real Mesro? Where will we come across artists again? How do we break Eku's cycle? And how can we convince Eku?
I mean, if we can break the cycle, then convincing Echo wouldn't be a problem anymore. 'Cause then we could just take her there and show her Mbala.
Oh, so I leave that on the fourth. If we can't break the cycle as we are, then we ask that question, I guess, kind of.
So, are you all more curious to see Eku return to Mumbala? Or are you more curious to go to Orlunga and actually ask a question of the Oracle?
Darren builds
Where's
Oralonga.
Where's Mambala on the map? That's up.
It's like a little south west of Camp Vengeance. It's one of those square black dots. Yeah.
So I feel like we can do both, right? Like they're really close to each other.
But yeah, we could go to Olunga, and then on the way back, Mbala, and then from there, we can go
That's
wherever
part
we
of
want.
what I mean, though. If you're going to Orlunga first, you're going to Orlunga. Mumbala will come at some other time. If you're going to Mumbala first, you're going to Mumbala. Orlunga would come at some other time.
Okay. I think we should tell Eku our intentions and what we think is going on and whether or not she believes us, but we're going to Orlunga to see if she's talked to him before and kind of see, you know, she's good with that.
Let me get a persuasion from you. Would you like to actually tell me what you're telling her to lower the DC? Otherwise, if you just do a persuasion, it's a higher DC. If you want to go entirely off of what you're saying, that might be sufficient as well. What are you thinking?
I think I would explain it as, hey, we have this sensitive thing. We think you should be aware that we'd, have done this before, and you it appears that you have no memory of it. And as your concerned group of traveling partners, we would like you to understand that and perhaps go with us to help. We would like to go and help you and find out what's going on.
How did I lose my memory? I know
I'm
we were down the river on our last expedition, but I was understanding that Vorn was too important for us to go to Mombala.
Yes. However, prior to that, with Jarek and Taryn and crew, you guys did visit Mambala, and yet I don't think you have a memory of it.
She's going to look to Jarek, Taryn, Island. My memory of my home. I was there. And then kind of look back towards Rin. Now make the persuasion for me.
Nice.
Gotta bring up her stat block. It's been ages since I've had her ready.
Yeah, and Jarek would, if there is time between this, when you try and kind of give a quick synopsis of what actually happened when they went there and try to explain the ruins, and maybe like kind of
Describe it before we even go this time. Yeah.
yeah, like what we found there. And I mean, if she I guess if she loses her memory again, it wouldn't. But
But she must realize it that Jarek, even knowing how to describe Mambala, must be significant or pertinent to this to their story they're telling.
yeah, and does Taryn look noticeably, like when he lost those 20 years, does he look noticeably older than?
I don't think 20 years is anything to Taryn's lifespan. That's
Yeah.
part of why I think it was so funny that I was like, yeah, 10 years, I'll heal her. Because that's what I was thinking in my head. And then Taryn threw out 20, and I look up a halfling, and it's like, yeah, they live for 7,000 years, and he's 22 years old. I'm like, shit, he just tricked
I
me.
was just a baby.
Oh, okay, because I was almost thinking like if we say like Taryn gave up 20 years of his life, but he doesn't look any different, so there's no reason she'd believe it.
Yeah. As far as me like setting a DC in my head goes, like I stick to them, and that was definitely a scam to let a halfling buy that time. Because I think honestly he lives for like multiple hundreds of years, and you chose like 20 something years old. So yeah, he
Yeah,
was 26. He's now 46.
And you're still in diapers.
yeah, basically. But I mean, Terran is a bit of a con man, so that works.
Oh, it's fucking hilarious. It was definitely awesome because I was not prepared for it at all. And I mean, like I said, like I set the idea that I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to get 10 years out of these mofos. And then you're like, yeah, I'll give 20. I'm like, oh, 20? Shit. It was like the perfect way to like scam the scammer, basically. Like game recognizes game. Yeah, halflings live for. I can't even find it right now. I'm like kind of looking, but it's
I think
definitely
it
for a
says
long time.
like 200 plus years at least.
Yeah,
I feel like it's at least double human lifespan.
exactly. Yeah, it like basically came out to that was like what I was asking for, um, but regardless, I think you're already kind of like well on the way to accomplish like vaguely what you're looking for. Um, I think what's going to kind of go down is that Eku is going to ask you that night in Camp Vengeance if she can enter one of your dreams, either Terran or Jarek, and if she can relive the experience that you had when you took her to Mabala.
Yeah, Taryn would go for it. It helps.
So when you go to sleep tonight, she is going to cast Dream on you. You are going to re-experience that entire kind of trip almost in like a fast forward kind of thing, between like the battle of the skeletons just to actually make your way to the peaks of Mumbala, climbing over all of the skulls and all of the bones to make it through the gate into the ruins of the city, and then the actual trip through the the steps of the actual ziggurat, where you all like followed the actual story of the Aldani, the tiger folk, the lizard folk, and the terra folk, all banding together with the humans to kind of rise up and create civilization in Chalt, the eventual domination of the humans over the actual other peoples, eventual eradication of all of the other races beneath the feet of the humans, until they started to then enslave other humans, until they then started to sacrifice the entire population of their own uh, civilization. And she's going to experience all of this to the point where she herself was sacrificed by her parents. Um, when that kind of goes through, your dream is actually going to turn much more into an actual nightmare rather than reliving the actual moments that you experienced within Mambala itself. You're still going to continue through these moments of kind of that initial panic where you now have this like tiny little teenage woman where you once had a like kind of not necessarily like old crone but a very aged woman turning into this child, the group's panic, the fear that kind of took you all over and eventually took you to the hut of Nanny Poo Poo. And that's actually where you're not going to see her false form. You're going to see a creature that is almost 10 to 12 feet tall. It is almost entirely like the actual limbs that kind of extend away from this creature, and you can see kind of her true form as you are seeing your visions through Eku's eyes. And when you all leave her there, you can actually see as while she's not injuring Eku, she was definitely feeding off of Eku. And you can see signs that Nanny Poo Poo was perhaps using a loophole in the deal that she made with Jarek. you can see her healing Eku with normal herbs while also siphoning off that very life force from her physical body. And that's part of why this is now a nightmare for you, because you are seeing it through the process of Eku being fed on. You'll see those different ventures where you all headed off to eradicate the Terrafolk who were roosting on Mumbala, and eventually make your way back to where you all made the actual deals uh, with Nanny Poo Poo to free Eku. And it's going to kind of come back into a normal moment of your dream as you pay those years and Nanny Poo Poo heals Eku back into consciousness. Um, and that'll be kind of like the moment where things are less nightmarish. And that's part of where I mean, like, the nightmare is kind of like the whole dream becomes like almost monochromatic and like dark and wispy instead of like true to your memory, whereas like everything leading up to it and everything after that is very true to your memory. um and you'll see as she starts to actually become Eku again, the further and further you all get away from that temple, to where you all will wake up that next day, and Eku will now have that memory inside of her. To everybody else, that's an entirely normal night's sleep. That again was very particular for Taryn to kind of experience all of those things. But as everybody wakes up, I feel like you'll see one. Rin is entirely awake as well. And Eku will kind of be just sitting in kind of a meditative state, almost like full lotus, just kind of staring ahead, almost like she's still going over all of these memories that don't necessarily make sense to her. But she also, I think now Taryn and Jarek have both experienced her ability to come into your dreams and kind of live things with you or simply just speak with you in them. But she's just going to see as everybody starts to come to, and in a kind of recognition of what she saw, she'll look to everyone and, well, I understand now why my memory has perhaps been lost to me, and I am thankful that you have shared yours with me. I will consider our debt paid, and I understand if we do not return there to that creature.
Jarek is he's kind of kicking himself mentally for not thinking of the dream idea himself, because she has been in his dreams, and that, you know, it would have been um, like a way to do it if he had thought of it himself. But he'll offer his kind of, now that she has, kind of has this memory of it, he would offer his, even though it was a very, very, very long time ago, kind of offer his condolences as to what happened, and offer, like, if there's, you know, something else they can assist her with, in um, that he would be, they would be willing to do that if they come across some way to, uh, I don't know, maybe more fully restore her memories if that's something she wants, or
Yeah, didn't she just say that she knows how this happened after seeing it? She knows what happened, or just that it happened? Does she know? I'd like to ask her if she knows why this is. What?
I understand that my memory is not mine. I know that that creature is something more, but she is also not the cause of this. Something to do with my own ascension seems to be what blocks me from knowing that it was my own family to have taken my life. Let me have somebody roll a intelligence for Eku. Just a d20. I believe it is a sign that my own trauma was protecting me from knowing what my family has done. I wonder if I returned now, and she'll look towards Taryn, if I could remember what happened to me even then, or if it will end this once again. And kind of looking slowly to every single one of you. Um, Again, she's going to take that moment to almost confirm, like, Nanny Poo Poo is not something that she couldn't end on her own. The hag is a far lesser being than she is. She is a very powerful, like, celestial creature, all on her own. And there's kind of that moment where she recognizes that for her, there's nothing left in Mabala. And also, that's a fucking awesome creative way for you guys to solve that problem with Eku, by the way.
Darren's just got big, like, sympathetic, dish-sized plate of an eyes. He's just making sure she's okay. It's all very tragic.
Yeah, I feel it is. I feel bad for telling her that she was forgetful.
You have no reason to feel bad. I am grateful to know that you all did honor our agreement, that there was not any cause to question whether you would fulfill what you said you would, and that you have fulfilled what you said you would.
Yes, and I imagine it might be possible if we were to return and armed with the foreknowledge of what actually happened, that perhaps the magic would not affect you in the same way, but it may not be worth the risk given our other tasks before us.
Well, I don't pretend to understand it entirely. It is perhaps likely that my memory will be affected regardless upon going to Mombala again. But that the magic of my own home is the most powerful of the magics. With that, effectively, she'll kind of say, like, there might be two different mechanisms happening. The one that steals her memory is internal to her, and then the thing that actually digressed her might be the stairs, like the actual steps of the ziggurat. So at some point during kind of this morning kind of breakfast, um, realistically, when she's creating her wonderfully delicious gruel that has no flavor, she will ask you all if the plan, will we be going to Orolungo? Would you like to find the oracle? Or do you want to cut across the jungle and make our way for Mesro?
Are you still good joining us, even though there's no like? Does she still just want to go adventuring with no?
She still is under the deal that you all would have made originally, which was if she paid the actual fee to hire her, she will travel with you all as an equal part of the party, and basically makes her own gold while you are traveling, and that allows her to support people back in Port Nyanzaru. And that's her entire bag. Like, she is perfectly happy being an adventurer with the party.
Okay.
Well, since we were able to work with Eku on this, we kind of only have, in my mind, we only have two big questions that we were going to ask about Mesro and about Artis. And are those big enough for now, or should we come back later whenever we, stick our feet in the mud even further?
If I get one question, I don't want to ask that.
Yeah, I feel like we need to be very certain on what we want to ask if we go to Orolunga. I think for now, Jarek would suggest turning back east towards Mesro.
Darren agreed.
Until morning. Or whenever.
Is that just a Peter Pan quote?
The second star on the left and straight on till morning. Yeah, it was a Peter Pan quote.
Just had to make sure. I finally read the book at 36 and was like, oh, holy shit, this is fucking awesome.
Yeah, but unless you look at it through the lens of Peter Pan is dead and he takes the kids across to the dead place, and that's like what the whole thing is about.
Oh no, that's actually part of. I like fairy tales that are actively dark. I should actually quantify that. Like reading's grim fairy tales was like, oh holy shit, these are so much better than I thought. So yeah, if you all are prepared to head off into the east, I think it is perfectly functional for you all to, um, pretty much, you could tell a few of the Order of the Gauntlet people that you need to borrow the canoes to cross the river, and then you'll basically have them like come across with you, and then you guys will get dropped off on the east side of Soshin Star. And I feel like that'll put you all on. You can kind of beeline it perfectly east from there, if that's kind of what you're looking to do.
That sounds like a plan to Jarek.
Let me have um two people roll a d20. Same idea. First two will be what matters if more than two of you roll it, but let me get two d20s. And what was that? Jarek was the first, and then Cam the second.
That's what I saw.
I want to make some hot chocolate.
Like in real life, or is this Rin?
Nope, like I need real life to make some hot chocolate.
Gotcha. We can definitely take a break here because I need to use the restroom. So we can definitely do a break here and kind of gather back up at 40, like 20 till. Um, And again, if everybody's back before then, we can start playing before then as well.
Okie dokie.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I'm back.
Yeah, hello. I'm also here.
Right now it's Justin and Chris are back, or Darcy and Cam back.
Looks like just us two for now. I think it's in keeping with Jarek's 8 intelligence that he didn't think of the dream route of convincing Eku.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things where, like, not creating a solution is better than me having a solution in mind. I don't even know what in particular, but, like, the way Darcy worded that, I was like, okay. Given me enough that, like, maybe she believes these people. Like, you're all very believable to her. She's never seen anything, like, kind of negative or untrustworthy, but it's definitely the type of thing where she's like, um, still don't understand why I wouldn't have this memory.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be a pretty tough pill to swallow.
I'm back.
Did you bring cocoa for everyone?
Sure did.
Excellent.
There was a 50-degree swing between yesterday evening and this morning. We went from like 80 down to 31 degrees. So it's fucking cold outside. And in Texas, the whole state, I read on Reddit this morning, had a 100-degree swing in temperature yesterday, where there was somewhere up by the panhandle near Oklahoma that was negative 12. And down in San Antonio or Brownsville or somewhere, it was like 96. And so it had a variance of 100 degrees in the state of Texas at one point in time.
I feel like I'm gonna catch that tomorrow or like tonight kind of thing, because I woke up this morning just soaking wet in sweat because it was so miserably hot. I can't believe that it's like January and I'm still sleeping with a fan like blasting over me.
Oh, it's definitely a crazy cold spell. It wasn't supposed to freeze in Houston, but it got down to 30 here.
And also, I'm very jealous of Texas because I have a lot of sweet like swampland to like go kayaking in, But like Texas has some of the most beautiful, like crystal clear blue
Gators,
streams.
crystal clear gators.
Well, y'all definitely got gators like on the East Coast, I feel like just in the Gulf kind of thing. Because you're still like some of it.
They are all over, all around South, and I didn't know that they were that prevalent. But they're in the neighborhood runoffs around here. They're in the lakes. My friends have a lake house, and they're just alligators, but they're small ones, and everyone's fine with it. They have lake houses, and they swim, and they get in their boats, and they have their dogs out there. But they're just like, oh, don't go over there. There's alligators.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
That's
definitely
fine.
makes for some weird stuff. Like I remember swimming at night at a place called the Boathouse, but like we also knew that there were gators that lived there, like near that area, and it's like, that's the perfect place to get eaten by a gator. But I also like we had a little alligator that we raised from like 12 inches long to when it got to be like 4.5 feet. They're also very timid and they don't really eat much. So if they're gonna take a human, it's when they're really big and they're just gonna do it like once a year. So you're like kind of banking on like I hope you're well fed.
well, I didn't know all that. Like down in Clear Lake, that weird brackish water, there's a whole big lake that's freshwater and saltwater, and all kinds of just absolutely bizarre shit lives in there. Predatory stuff. Yep. I'm from Oklahoma, and we get in the lakes, and it's very like summer lake, I don't know, culture there. But here it just, just feels dangerous.
Little snakes are a lot less worried about than alligators, I feel like.
Yeah, in Ohio we had like water moccasins, something to worry about. Definitely swam with them in our river. Like I used to always swim in the river growing up. Down here I was kayaking once. We like stopped off on some docks and a copperhead swam up to us. And I was just like, not only do I have to worry about copperheads like walking around, but they actually will swim to me as well. Like, fuck this.
No, that's the only game you play in Oklahoma. You don't want to like hit anything else on the road, but water moccasins will get after your horses and your cows and stuff.
My bad. I'm gonna be just one more moment because of the course, the one thing you all found. Apparently, I don't have a map prepared for you.
Sissy, you got to come to Ho Chi Town come springtime.
I'm in. I want to use my new camping stuff.
Yeah, you got so much of the camping things.
I need a solar powered battery pack. That and the actual tent are the only two things I'm lacking.
Well, so have you given any thought to a mounted above the car tent situation that's like a really sturdy plastic pop out kind of thing?
Totally have, and love the idea for like, safety and if I were doing like, I don't know, serious backcountry camping and I was worried about bears, I think that would be really cool. But I also really like the idea of having a canvas tent and a really cool hangout area.
I've always wanted to try some of those little hammock tents.
Yeah,
They're
those are
like
cool.
queen size beds.
My bed is going to be serious.
Some of the like 3-point, like suspension tents are definitely very wicked.
Like for trees or cars.
I feel like it's kind of where Cam was getting with the idea of a hammock tent.
Yeah.
I love the car top ones. I've thought about putting one on my Subaru. For like, I feel like you're kind of like entry at just under $1,000 kind of thing. But it's a really comfortable way to like kind of like travel camp. Um, but I tend when I'm camping, I'm kind of like a minimalist, lightweight camper. So like hammock camping is kind of my thing.
whenever I was talking to the groom's parents about their whole setup, they've got a F-250, but they got this cooler that can hook up to the generator on the truck, and it's like a big ice cooler, but it can refrigerate on one compartment and freeze in another, and it was super cool.
Oh,
With
some
a
of those
generator?
are cooler.
It could run off a generator or like straight up the F-250's backup like power supply.
See, this is why I want a solar setup with a battery pack, because I do not want the sound of a generator, but I also want um, an air conditioner. But I don't want the sound of a generator at all. I think that defeats the purpose of being out there.
Solar panels getting more and more accessible.
Oh man, they
They're
have these
getting
really
there.
cool foldable ones that are pretty sweet.
My dad is currently creating a solar power setup to recharge his Ryobi batteries, which he's got the Ryobi batteries set up so they can power his little like trolling motor that he's got on his canoe. And we're gonna go on a canoeing kayaking trip this summer, like in springtime. And it's like all gonna be powered by his Ryobi batteries. And then like basically he'll be charging batteries back at the car with solar panels and then have a bank of batteries that he can take out each day. And it's quite the setup, but also if you've got the car as a base camp, it's pretty fucking cool.
That sounds pretty sick.
I just got a new SUV, and that's why kind of now I always had a two-door, or for the past few years I had a two-door, so I couldn't fit anything. Could even really go to the grocery store. But I got an SUV, and so now I'm like, I can get a canopy, 4 chairs, a table, a grill, a tent, my dogs, my homies, and we can all go.
I miss your car. It's a good one. We've had Jacob's truck at the house a total of 8 days. It's back in the shop.
Is it the Ford truck?
Yeah, the big one.
Wah, wah.
As a home mechanic, fix and repair daily.
Well, one of these days we'll get it back to new enough. Like,
So Justin, Chris, you two are still here right now.
Yep.
Yep.
I don't really go camping, so I was letting you guys discuss.
You're good. Like I adore it. I've gone backpacking and feel like an idiot. You could tell I'm like a kayak camper where the weight doesn't matter. But I can talk camping forever, but that's part of why I'm like I should also get back to the game. Um but I gotta jump away from it for one more moment. Chris, did you see that video that I posted and I didn't like tag you because it was super late at night? But it was guys in Sweden who were like going avalanche skiing.
Yeah, I saw it.
All right, is that what you were planning on doing? Because that shit looked badass, and that's all I could imagine. Like, that's what your like life is when you go skiing. You like walk up the top of a mountain, and nobody's ever skied it before.
I mean, that is how I would like to describe it, but no, not really.
All right,
It's
well, that's
very
just
much
how I
more
imagined
ordinary.
it. So getting back to things, as you all set off in this direction, part of what I was going to ask is kind of if you all ever actually brought up Firefinger to Eku, because I feel like one of you was intrigued by the idea that one of the characters wanted to go there. And I think in the long run, it's kind of a moot point because part of what Eku is going to basically describe to you is I think I've got you all on the map. Yeah. So as you are crossing here, if you all kind of zoom in, so you kind of has like Mesro on the east side and Camp Vengeance on the west side. Eku is basically going to, kind of in those like planning moments, kind of show for you all that this here, oh, that's a really thick line when I'm zoomed in, is a large kind of mountain range. So that's something that you all will have to decide, like go north of where the river is, or go south of, to avoid, um, on some level the river. And that's kind of one decision that you'll have to make in the future. Man, that's much better. And then the other thing to keep in mind is that Eku will place roughly in this area the it's kind of like a really tall monolith that has an ever burning flame, and that is what many of the locals call Firefinger. And it is vaguely in your way traveling to Mesro. So that's kind of like the almost direct shot east based on your map kind of takes you right to Firefinger if you cross the river. The alternative is do you all want to kind of try to go south and do one of those kind of alternate paths where you make your way to Mesro, but you go to Firefinger on the way? Those are kind of like the three options to kind of consider as you are traveling in this direction here. You will have a few days of travel, but while you all are thinking about that, can I get survivals from Jarek and Darren? What do you all think about those options?
So Firefinger is a pretty cool name, but out of practicality, Darren would vote to go southward.
That works for Jarek. I think one of the guides we were potentially interested in, Azaka, I think is the one who has her thing in Firefinger.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Azaka, and I'm pretty sure she actually even mentions on that card she wants to get something back from the Terra folk, and that's why she'll waive her fee if you go to Firefinger.
But yeah, Taryn would also vote to go south of on the southernmost path and not wade over the river or swim across or whatever we were doing.
Does that sound good for Rin as well?
Yep.
Let me have all four of you roll a d6. We got a winner!
Nice, nice. Strong rolls all around.
Do I win something good?
Yeah, it depends. So in the process of traveling across this area, you all are going to come across a initial, like, there's definitely undead threats throughout this process that you all will kind of deal with and kind of pass by. In the long run, though, what's going to kind of be the moments where we kind of will play this out, is you all are going to have an experience where, coming through the jungle, there's going to be a. Actually, let me have you all start off with, assuming that we have Darren and Jarek leading the party through most of these ventures as the actual survivalists. How are the others of you traveling, which for what this is worth, like, where do you want Rin, where do you want Taryn, and where do you want Eku?
I mean, I guess I imagine Eku as kind of our guide. I don't know how much, she would be near the front, I would think.
Yeah, I think in the long run, for what it really comes down to, she's your guide in that she knows the areas, not necessarily that she's leading, but like plotting and planning each day, she can kind of give you all suggestions, kind of thing. Is the general idea that I would place her at for you.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. In that case, maybe I'm almost thinking she's more back towards the back, so we have kind of like skilled
Gotcha. Yeah, and
trackers
part of
on.
what I mean also is like Eku is not meant to be the star of this. And that's one of the reasons, like, continually I want her to kind of help you all, but not necessarily shine where you all don't, kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe like from the back, like she can keep an eye on like the people in the middle to make sure like they don't veer off track or kind of that sort of thing. Yeah, that makes more
So,
sense then in that case.
does it sound good to do Jarek and Darren, um, Taryn and Rin, and then have Eku at the back?
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, that's good. I'd also like to, you know, since I'd like to cast mage armor, can I do that just preemptively? I can do that in like the
As long
morning.
as as
Yeah.
long as you have mage armor, I assume pretty much every 8 hours you are pretty much casting it.
Okay.
So if we are in the morning, I assume you have one spell slot gone. On some level, once we get to like 2 to 4 o'clock, I'm assuming your 8 hours is kind of burnt, and you're getting to the second casting. And by the time we get to like 10 to midnight ish, you're burning that third casting. That's one of those things that on some level, I do assume that you have mage armor in almost any situation, unless you particularly tell me that you're not casting it, or even sometimes like in polite society, if you're not casting it specifically so you don't show that you're a wizard.
Got it. Understood.
But yeah, that's one of those weird things where realistically, a wizard pretty much always has that cast. All right, so while you all are traveling here, there's going to be a point where you kind of hear this growl from in front of you, and it's just. And then all of a sudden, like as this one thing starts to growl in front of you, and your eyes start to dart around looking for it, let me get a perception check from Jarek and from Darren.
Glad someone's paying attention.
I see all.
So you see this tiny little furry creature that has teeth and a mouth almost the size of its entire face, but very little else. It seems like it's almost a head with teeth. And as this creature starts to growl at you, you start to hear these growls coming from each direction, and you start to recognize that you all are already surrounded by these creatures that are growling at you, snarling, and baring their teeth. What is Darren doing?
Well, he hollers and points them all out, first of all, and he says, It's a bunch of. Watch out, everybody! Draw his weapon and knock an arrow, and just be ready for whatever tries to come out of the jungle.
So trying to warn people, drawing your weapon, there's a certain level of you can like have your weapon out, and you can get a good warning out, or you can like go for like the knocked arrow.
Warning the group takes precedence.
Gotcha. So let me need to actually drop a new map. I'm tired of that same swamp. $26,000 maps, and I don't have a good forest map? Come on. Of course, I dropped the exact same map that I already had prepared. All right, I have you all on this map. You can put your actual tokens onto the map. Once you have your tokens on the map, select them for me and roll some initiative. And everybody will kind of start from that moment there.
I guess he wouldn't be right in the trees, so.
Why does Taryn?
What was your question there, Red?
Why does Taryn have a percentage of initiative?
Oh, the 0.18 is actually his dexterity. If you look under the options for Beyond 20, there's one option that's called the tiebreaker, and that's what that is. He's got the tiebreaker set. It's one of those things. It's definitely better than not having it, but it's not something that I usually make a point to tell people to use. Realistically, the always roll twice and the roll damage automatically are the two things that I stress. Most of the other shit, I'm just I need to learn not to stress over. Can you drop Rin onto the map for us?
I can't for some reason.
You dragged from the name and not from the most left part. Oh, and I also need a dexterity or initiative from Darren.
Sick. Are you in the list off to the right, Darcy?
I am in the list off to the right.
It gave me a little trouble too.
I'm pulling it from in from the whatever the papers are, the ID things, and then if I drag from there, doesn't. Oh, I got it.
The enemy is everywhere.
Do you see my initiative roll?
I can.
Yeah, I've got you.
Because I got a little note that says you wanted to send the result of this roll to the turn tracker, but no valid token was selected.
Exactly. Like you didn't have your token on the board, and then if you left click on it, then if you roll, it automatically goes. But you rolled before you were on the board.
I see.
All right, so Taryn, you are going to be the first up on these as Darren draws your attention into the trees kind of above you all. What is Taryn going to do?
Oh, they're in the trees above us. Okay.
Yeah, for what it's worth, they're at like head height, but um they're small little creatures that are like walking mouths.
Okay, so I could hit one with a melee attack if I went up to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I am gonna. Well, first things first, I'm gonna use my bonus action to summon my daggers. The karambit daggers. And then I'm gonna move up to this guy and try to attack. See if this works. Yeah, that didn't work. That's just the damage. Let's see.
Yeah, that also doesn't have the dexterity modifier. Part of the problem that may arise from using these items is going to be finding that it's much more like pen and paper D&D, where you have to like roll the d20 and then figure things out like that. So I still need like the actual roll for a d20,
Yeah, I
and
completely
then
forgot
it's
how.
going to do 11 damage on that first strike if you hit. And then your modifier right now is a +7, so that's a 26 to hit right there.
Yeah, so I guess that hits. Or
Is that correct though? Like your modifier right now is a +7 to hit?
it should be +4, +3. So yeah, +7.
Gotcha. So cutting into that creature for 11 damage. You're gonna get a pretty significant wound off of it, but it's still standing strong. Let's see, bonus attack action. Um, yeah, I think that's going to go to the next person in the initiative, which is Darren.
Jaren would like to use his movement to go stand. I've got my push to talk bound to my arrow. Great. No, he's going to stand next to Jarek and take a shot at the one diagonally southeast of Jarek with a magic arrow using his bonus action for piercing.
So the most eastern of these creatures?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Make the shot. As you shoot the arrow, it's going to plink into the wood and you're just going to hear that like that hollow thump of an arrow kind of sinking into a tree stump.
Nice. And that's my turn.
So one of these creatures is going to be leaping across the trees kind of overhead as it comes up to the next one that is already kind of in melee with Terran. And it is going to swipe out at you with its claws and kind of just miss as it's running across this area. And then the second one is going to swipe into Terran as well, that he just attacked. And I am crushing some rolls there. I think that's going to take it right over to Rin.
So I'm going to step up here and what are these? Are they? It doesn't matter. Can I cast sleep on both of the ones targeting the ones across from me here? These two.
Yeah, you most certainly can. Where is the point that you are going to cast sleep?
Right. I guess right on the other side of them.
Gotcha. So that's a pretty big radius. I'm pretty sure it's going to be far more than right on the other side of them, but you basically want the end of the radius to be where they are.
How wide is the radius? Is it 30 feet?
You should have the spell right in front of you, but I believe it's a 15-foot radius, so yeah, 30 feet.
Then how about the spot down and right from me, and then maybe I get all three of them, and I cast it at second level.
All right. I believe I have a circle under the spells that you can drop. What is the spot that you want to drop it at? Drop the little ice knife. That's where you're doing it, like right by Eku? So go ahead and roll the actual dice for this leap. Like the actual, like roll 78. /R space 78.
What the? No. That's really low, right?
It is definitely low.
Ripperoni.
The creature immediately to the west of Terran is going to fall asleep.
That's one down.
Anything else from you at present, or is that everything?
That only affects one?
Yep, you just got the one.
Oh, okay. Well, but then we've still got this other one that's just right there in front of me.
Indeed.
So I guess then I want to use change a bonus action into an action with a sorcery point and cast. Come back.
If you're looking at quicken spell, it's 2 sorcery points to quicken a spell, and you have to quicken. You have to quicken that sleep ahead of time
Oh, you get
because
that's
you
right.
have
You
to
make me do
cast
bonus first.
a
That's fine.
cantrip.
Yeah. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Then I guess I'll take a strike at the one that's directly in. Can I do that with my bonus action?
I don't think you have a bonus action for an attack.
Okay.
I think, yeah, you don't really have, unless you can convert sorcery points into an action, into a spell slot, like a level 1 spell slot. I don't think you have any sort of bonus action right now.
I can. It is one sorcery point is equal to a spell slot. So 2 sorcery points for a level 2 spell, 1 for a level 1 spell.
Feel like it's opposite of that.
But that doesn't necessarily let you cast a second spell, right? It just gives you back the spell slots.
Yeah, but isn't it 2 sorcery points to get back a spell slot, and you get 1 sorcery point per spell slot when you convert a spell slot into a sorcery point? I'm pretty sure it's equal when you lose the spell slot. It's half when you gain the spell slot.
I thought it was equal for the spell slot for the sorcery points both ways. So it's 1 sorcery
It's
point
definitely not both ways.
spell slot, but like 3 sorcery points for if you're willing to trade a 3rd level spell slot, one of 2, you get 3 sorcery points for it. Or if you trade in 3 sorcery points, you can get 1 3rd level spell slot or 3 first level spell slots. That was my understanding, but that's where it gets. That's why I was going on about if I have to for my quests, if I'm doing things with it,
Oh yeah, you don't even have the ability to convert sorcery points. I think that's purely a sorcerer thing. Right now, you just have those 2 sorcery points. You don't actually get to convert them.
Okay.
I'm looking at Metamagic Adept right now. You've got the 2, but it doesn't actually give you anything other than a long rest to get those back. But like if you took levels in Sorcerer to get meta magic, you would then be able to kind of play around with those as if they were extra meta magic.
Okay, can I reach in the tree and grab it out? Can I attack it in any way, the one in front of me?
With sleep, and you already did. So it's going to go to Jarek.
All right, so Jarek pulls out the kind of the ruby hilt. He'll kind of magically command it to. You'll see a broadsea axe. I think that's how you pronounce it. And what do you?
I think that's literally Gaelic for broadsword, by the way.
I think Seax is an old German name for knife.
Okay, that makes sense.
But anyway, and then would we say he already had one of his weapons out, or I can use a bonus action to draw the second one?
That's kind of going to be one of those varying things. I feel like in the long run, you all probably are traveling with weapons out when you're in these jungles. But it doesn't necessarily mean, I don't know. It's hard to really make those assumptions, especially when we're trying to actually do like some speed traveling, so you're not just getting caught up in like tiny little battles. But what are you looking to go for?
Yeah, I mean, I guess once he started hearing the growling, he would have at least drawn one weapon. So, yeah, so he will. He's going to move forward. He's going to stab out at the this creature to his north with the broadsy axe. Be at 21.
Solid hit.
And I guess that would be a 6 damage. Followed with a slash with his scimitar, which he would have had out.
Nice.
Then, if it's still alive, he will stab it again with the broadsy axe as his second attack.
Your first attack was for 6. Yeah, 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be that second injury. We'll put it to bloody.
Okay, so yeah, stab out again. It's going to be the broadsy axe, and I'm just going to roll the scimitar because I think it's the same.
Yeah, that's why I gave you like the 2 things there, is because they're meant to be different weapons. But like the ones where there's actually profiles for it, I wanted to save that time. So
Yeah.
5 with that.
Yep, and then yeah, he'll stand his ground there, and that will be his turn. Actually, I'm just gonna. He'll move 5 feet back towards Darren.
Darren gives Jarek a thumbs up.
All right, I've got 2 of these creatures are going to be swiping out with their claws at Darren. See, 14 is the lowest. What's Darren's AC? 14. So both of those should hit.
Oof.
Do you have armor, a shield, or any magical item? Yeah, you're wearing armor. I need you to make a DC 11 dexterity saving throw.
Okie dokie.
Actually, for both of those, so I need you to make 2 of them.
If I'm going to stop time, do I have to do it now to save him from dying?
I don't know if I'm gonna die.
Are you dying?
Bobbin and weave.
Are you saving him from failing that dexterity throw?
Does he die if he fails it?
Are you saving him from failing that dexterity throw?
Cameron, do you want to be saved? Or Darren?
Help me.
Yes, let's stop time and re-roll it and hope it's not worse.
Burn that and roll another dexterity saving throw. So it's burnt and you still fail. You are going to take a total of 12 slashing damage, and I need you to go underneath your armor, and you will permanently reduce its armor class by 1.
No.
As you get clawed by this creature, you're going to see as its fur starts to turn into... What kind of armor are you wearing?
I'm pretty sure it's just hide armor.
So you're just going to see as its fur starts to turn into almost like a thicker kind of like leathery, almost like it's like scaled mail kind of on top of this creature. Very quickly, you are going to recognize that as these creatures attack you, they are absorbing what they hit.
Absolute rats.
And then one is going to swipe across Jarek. 18 hits Jarek. Yes. Dexterity saving throw from Jarek. Do you want to stop time and help Jarek?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Go one more time, and I think that's the end of your Chron energy for at least this long rest.
Mm-hmm.
So on that one, you are able to dodge enough of the damage that you're only going to take this. Oops, not a d20. You're only going to take the damage of a total of 10 slashing as it cuts across you. And then I think one of these is for Terran. Another hit. I need a dexterity saving throw from Terran. You also are good from the actual effects of it, but you're going to take 5 slashing damage. And it's going to be back around to Terran.
Oh, I'm gonna attack the one who just moved up to me and attacked me. So
Gotcha. So southwest of you, that's the one that's actually awake. Oh, wait. Southwest or southeast of you? They kind of both just moved up to attack you.
I was thinking the last one. So southeast, the one right off. Ring.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna re-roll that, as I have lucky from halfling.
Oh, shit. Sweet, sweet halfling luck.
It's a bit better, but not by much.
Still a big ol' miss.
Well, then with my bonus action, I'm gonna try to attack again. Then this, let's see. Yeah, so this is without the modifier, right?
Damage-wise, you still have your modifier to hit, but I think you lose the ability to add your modifier to damage. So yeah, that'll still be a hit. You'll still get sneak attack. So it's now 2d4 plus whatever your sneak attack number of d6.
Was supposed to be 3d6. I just forgot to add.
Total of 18 that will bloody that creature.
And that would be the end of my turn, because I am staying put at the moment.
And I think that will take us to Darren.
Darren's big mad. It's his only nice set of armor. So he's going to use regular arrows and with Horde Breaker take a total of 4 strikes at the 2 guys in front of him.
I don't think you get a total of 4. I think you're limited to 3. I think Horde Breaker is 1 extra attack.
It says on each of your turns, when you make a weapon attack, you can make another attack with the same weapon against a creature. So I read that as... And I do have like a action and a bonus action attack as long as I'm not using my bonus action.
pretty sure it's 3. Go for 3 now. If that's an issue in the future, I will take a look at it and we'll see. But I'm pretty sure that's saying when you take the attack action, the Horde Breaker allows you to make a free attack.
Gotcha. Okay. So 2 at the one directly south of me, and 1 to the one to the.
So you'll get 1 hit on each, and each will take 7 damage.
I will stay where I am, and that will be my turn. Oh my gosh, I totally forgot Hunter's Mark. I never realized how easy it is.
Creature immediately west of Rin is going to attack at Rin. A 20 should hit. I don't believe you have anything that increases your AC on you.
I have the mage armor that increases it to 13
But you're
plus
not
3.
wearing it.
My
So,
mage armor?
yeah, you're not wearing it.
We literally just talked about that. I was like,
No,
I'm
it's
gonna
for the
cast
little
that, and
goblin
you're
to
like, I
steal your.
assume you're already wearing it.
No,
Yeah,
he's
you
like
can be
hitting your
wearing
cloth and turning into cloth.
I
Exactly.
think what he mean.
They're not absorbing your mage armor when they claw you. You're taking 11 slashing damage, but they can't absorb the power from your mage armor.
It's a good thing.
Okay.
It's not armor, it's not a shield, and it's not a magic item that increases your AC.
Okay, so
And then that's going to go to Rin.
do I get a reaction to cast shield, or do I not need to?
You could cast shield, but it's not going to stop that. Like, your AC is 13.
My AC is 12, but with mage armor it's
15,
15.
which would become a 20 if you cast it, and it's going to hit you with a 20. So there's no reason to cast shield.
Okay. So then I would like to do the thing where I spend 2 sorcery points ahead of time to burn a bonus action as an action to cast Toll the Dead.
Gotcha. What are you tolling?
The one to the right of me.
Gotcha. Roll a 2d12, I think. And your DC is 13.
Where do I see my DC?
Cast Toll the Dead on the board. It'll ask you whether it's damaged. It is. And that'll roll the 2d12 and tell me your spell DC, but it's going to fail. And then what would you like to do as your action?
I would like to cast Fireball. And I would like to.
Wait.
Right? Can't I do that?
You're
Oh
doing the
no.
opposite.
Uh-oh.
You can cast the spell as a bonus action, but you have to cast a cantrip as your action. So you're doing it the opposite way.
I thought I had to use a cantrip. I didn't even want to use Toll the Dead first. Okay.
Well, no, that's the point, though, is you have to cast. If you cast a spell as a bonus action, you have to cast a cantrip as the quickens or as the full action. You cannot cast two spells, but you have to have that fuck, I'm even confusing myself like with this right now.
I thought
I
that
don't think
the
it
whole thing
matters,
about
but
burning
you
the
need
torch-
to do it the opposite way. When you're casting after quickening a spell, it has to be the cantrip that's the full action. But where are you going to fireball? What's your point?
I'm trying to
Directly
get
under her feet.
those two because Fireball affects everyone, right?
It will indeed.
Yeah. So I want to cast it where those two below Darren are in the where they're 20 foot. So I guess it would be like right here.
So under spells, there's an actual fireball. You can drop that where you want to place it. Ooh, which actually reminds me, they have advantage against spells. Ah, no
Stop
effect from the
it.
Toll the Dead.
What?
It has
Right here.
advantage against spells, so it actually resists the Toll the Dead.
So does that mean it's resistant against my Fireball?
It's going to get to roll twice against it, but you're still casting it.
And that one still does damage. That one doesn't entirely miss if it's saved again.
Where are you casting the fireball? Place it on the board. It's under your spells. You can just drag it on over and set it down.
I don't know what you mean it's under my spells. Like in D&D Beyond?
Inside of the journal on Roll20, underneath your character, you should see another folder that says spells. And oh, I actually have to show it to you. Bam. Now you should be able to see the fire.
It is not that big, is it?
I'm pretty sure it's that big.
Yeah, that checks out.
All right, how about that? We'll cast it right there. You guys, that's my first time to cast Fireball.
Congratulations. You done it.
You guys, I'm doing it. You're doing it, Harry.
So as the fireball explodes behind these creatures, you're going to see as one of them kind of just disintegrates in its place, and the other one is just almost entirely third-degree burns at this point. What would you like to do,
Crispy.
Jarek?
So Jarek, like as he feels the heat of the fireball kind of behind his back, he's gonna keep stabbing at the one to the north of him. First with the broadsy axe. And following up with the scimitar. In his offhand.
Gotcha. So the scimitar will miss. That one will be mortally wounded at this point from the first strike. One more from the broadsy axe.
Yep.
And that will gain the kill.
All right. Then he's going to turn and seeing this thing moving back towards the rest of the group. I don't think I can attack again.
Action surge?
Oh, crap.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
I forgot.
Have you used your bonus action? Yeah, you did. That's going to kind of defeat it anyways.
Yeah.
You could claim it. I don't know how much you guys know about your quests offhand yet, but you could certainly try to claim that from your friends right now, and it's going to go to these creatures.
Claim what?
He's close to getting at least part of one of his quests right now.
Oh, what?
Depending on what I kill it with, but
That's what I mean. Like, if you had your bonus action and action surge there, that creature is mortally wounded.
yeah, I thought. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to use it just to finish this one off, but so yeah, that's my turn.
All right, the one immediately south is going to strike out at Jarek. A 19 should hit. I need a dexterity saving throw from you. And that's going to be one off of your armor, permanently reduced. And then you're going to take 9 slashing damage from this creature. And then this other one, I think it's going to strike out at Rin with a big ol' miss. And it will go to Terran.
Yeah. Oh, and Terran will keep attacking the one he attacked before. Let's see if I can hit this one.
That should be a solid hit. And apply your sneak attack. That will kill that one.
And then bonus action to attack the one left of Rin.
20 will hit and 2d4.
And that should be the end of my turn.
That's going to take it to Darren.
Darren would like to look to the one south of Jarek, Hunter's Market, and take a strike at him with his arrows.
Did Jarrett call dibs on that one?
Oh my gosh.
He did not.
No,
You can roll your hunter's mark for that. And that creature is going to be slain by the arrow.
Yeah.
Are you gonna take a second shot?
Oh no, I used my bonus action to Hunter's Mark.
Doesn't a ranger have 2 attacks when they take the attack action?
I think you get multi-attack when you hit level 5.
Attacks per action 2. There it sure is, pardon me.
Oh, where are you attacking with that? Because you killed that creature.
The one on the other side of Rin, if it's not gonna be like blocked or anything.
I mean, it's going to be blocked, but you can still take the shot if you'd like to. They get AC bonuses by having shit in the way, is effectively how everything works. And are you then going to Horde Breaker?
I am not, since that one's still asleep.
Oh, that sounds like bullshit.
Alright, okay, why not? Dishing out the damage over here. Pew, pew.
Both of those are currently mortally wounded. And just in time for them both to get an attack. Thank you, Horde Breaker.
Ah, you totally listen. I trusted you.
It's the job of your character to attack creatures that are right next to each other. That's what you do.
Yeah,
You
but he's
picked that
sleeping.
ranger. 5 against 2, and you're not going to take the attack? Come on.
The
It's free damage.
strategery. Ah, alright, alright.
I think we're going to do one against Terran and one against Rin. So Terran, big ol' miss with an 11, and Rin going to hit with a 22. Rin does not have any armor, but you will take 13 slashing damage.
Ew, can I cast shield against that?
You can, but again, it's going to hit you with a 22, so it doesn't actually matter.
Well, never mind. So I take how many hits of damage, or how many points of damage?
13 slashing.
13 slashing, so I'm down to 13.
I already hit you with a lot of slashing too, though. I think you're lower than 13. I think you're almost down and out.
No!
What was the last one?
When I hit you with the last, it was a 20. And if you didn't record it, then it's somewhere up above. Probably.
If it was a 20 and a 13, I'm dead.
No, I think it was the. Oh, I rolled the wrong damage. I think it's that 10 up there, but it's 2d6, not 2d8. So let's add another 6 damage.
That's
So
crazy.
what, you've taken 13 and 6, 19 total damage. You should be at 7 hit points.
Okay.
And then it's on Rin.
Well, I'm going to, I guess, cast Fireball again.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and place the fireball. And nuke all of your friends. I like how you think.
I am not done.
Cast the fireball. They are both going to disintegrate in the fire.
Poof.
Sorry, guys. My quest is to expend all of my spell slots and then kill something. So that just means I'm going to be casting like crazy.
That's fine with me. I mean, you get to
It's
kill
like,
stuff.
it's like 9 spell slots, right?
Just
The best part
chasing
of this
everyone afterward.
is these were the creatures you all were discovering before getting to the actual place that matters. So thanks for thinking of it like that, Darcy, because you're about to learn everything about spell use really quickly on this day.
You were too eager to let me use the chronal shifts early. You did that on purpose. It felt unnatural to have you be like, "Do you want to stop time now? Do you want to stop time?"
Well, those are permanent reductions to their armor, though. Jarek and Darren are going to be suffering from that until you all effectively get back to town.
And I think you did ask first if you could use it, if he didn't prompt you.
Yeah, I didn't tell you to use it, and I didn't tell you to use the fireballs, but that's part of what I was talking about earlier today, like when we were first talking about it. Like, this is one of the things, to me, it's actually the most fun part about being a spellcaster, is learning those like important moments where yes, I want to save something, but there's also always that time in the past where it would have been better if I used it and I was just down to cantrips. Those are some of the most fun experiences you're going to have with a character when they don't have resources to expend anymore. And that's one of those things. That's why I think both of your spellcasters in this group have that aspect where you have to expend everything and then accomplish something, both with Island as well as with Rin, because those are big growths for a caster to do. And part of what I was getting at is that we might balance how many times that you have to do that, because I do want the whole group to kind of accomplish their things together. Like Chris, he's got a pretty easy one to disarm traps, but he also doesn't get a chance to disarm traps on a regular basis. So it'll be hard to decide, like, how often will he even have the chance to do that? Whereas, like, Darren and Jarek both, it's almost like at any time during combat, they can accomplish theirs. But as you all kind of like clean up this last little bit of the fight, you're going to kind of see just beyond like the last few bows of trees, these creatures seem to be kind of coming out of this large area before you where it kind of opens up, and you are going to see before you kind of a big circle with this stone structure that's maybe 40 or 50 feet tall. And am I saying this right? Damn it. Yeah, yeah. It's like 40 or 60 feet tall, And it looks like, let me have everybody roll an animal handling. Looks a lot like kind of like a lizard folk, maybe kind of one of the frog people from the area that was worshipping Grung. But as you all kind of gain a sight of this thing, you have the actual stone structure ahead of you, and there seems to be like a maze of thorns that kind of leads ahead of you. But you have an entrance that's slightly to the south of you that you could go in and eventually find your way to this stone structure. Or, of course, you all can just continue to walk on by and go along your way as you bypass this large stone structure. Um, that large stone monolith that's like north of you, and this little structure is kind of to the south of it.
Darren like rocks, but go see cool rock.
That's kind of like the creature that you all see in the center. You don't necessarily see that it's got like a moat around it. You basically see like, say, like kind of the upper half of that, where it's like just the arm and kind of the creature's face, and it's this gigantic stone monolith that just sticks out of this like maze ahead of you.
No discernible symbols or writing.
From where you guys are at, you're still like hundreds of feet away from it. You're not like you're visibly seeing this thing for the first time. My point was that these creatures were something that happened like right before you basically walked into there.
Got it.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty curious about it. I mean, maybe we could get another alchemy jar, get more mayonnaise.
May Darren use his primeval awareness real fast?
You certainly can.
I see the presence of aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fey fiends, or undead. For 1 mile.
I think for what it's worth, every single time you ever proc primeval awareness, there's undead within a mile.
Well, yeah, I figured that probably.
But nothing else here. I guess you sense that Eku is a celestial. So there's a celestial and there's undead within 1 mile.
Nothing different more than usual, all right.
Well, we did come to investigate ruins, so
Well, I'm in for it. I would get closer and take a look. It's got to be something, right?
Yeah, I mean, like the last temple we were in, like the Crocodile Man, we got the alchemy jug, and so, or alchemy jar. So I guess there could be something in it.
Rin votes for a closer look. Says, come on, guys.
Darren like elbows Taryn and is like, what if there's like some traps or whatever, you know?
Yeah, I know. So yeah, I'm totally for investigating this temple or ruin.
yeah, Jarek as well. As we get closer, he would be interested in seeing whether he can try and discern whether these thorns appear to be like natural growth, or do they seem too symmetrical or tended.
Roll a nature check for me. Or perhaps just like a simple intelligence.
Yeah, it's the same.
I guess really then my other option was wisdom is kind of what I was getting at. Does your wisdom modifier, is that different?
Wisdom's +0, so it'd be unless I can use
Gotcha,
survival.
5.
Yeah, so 5.
Survival would be an 8.
Yeah. So not good. No matter what way you slice it.
Yeah, I think you can at least determine at least a little bit of a difference here. Within the first few moments of you all walking into this, again, like I initially described it as a maze, like when you walk into this, it's going to seem like this is something meant to confuse you on some level. It's not simply you get to walk to where that creature is. You have to find your way to it from this entryway. But as far as things go, yeah, it seems a little bit like less than natural. It seems supernatural on some level here, whether somebody comes here and takes care of it supernatural, or whether it's that, you know, something actually used magic to create this whole area. It's not really for Jarek to know.
Gotcha.
So what does that mean? The flora and fauna on the way to this monolith is questionable?
Well, he was saying he wanted to know whether it seemed like something tended this, like whether it was natural or whether something created it. So that's part of why I say, like, often, if you tell me exactly what you want to know, the more particular you are, the lower the DC will get because you're finding out that information. Not necessarily like if you just say, you know, I want to do a nature check and you don't tell me what you're looking for, it'll have like a higher DC because you might have very broad information to gain.
Can I do an investigation check looking for deadly or bad plant life to go over and check out this monolith?
You don't have to investigate. You know that plant life inside of Chalt is definitely bad and it is definitely deadly.
All right.
This group can definitely attest to you that plants here will eat you and they will kill you in an instant.
You will die.
So
But
wait,
like whether you can spot them here, at this point, that's one of those things where I feel like sometimes like a skill like primeval awareness, um, it takes away from the idea of actually doing random encounters where, yeah, something crazy can come up because it's like, yeah, within 6 miles of me, is there anything bad in the least bit? It's like, all right, well, let me roll 99 random encounters and I can tell you that. Did I generate any of these in 99 random encounters? Yes. There's 17 dragons, 450 undead creatures, and 1 celestial. Um, a lot of how things are set up, I think it's better to have like the random encounters because that's part of the randomness of you guys have to like stumble across it.
Now that's one I'll probably use pretty sparingly and story related anyways. I'm not
Well, it
not
also
always
costs
worried
you a
about the
spell
dragons.
slot, so that's a lot for you to still expend. But it gives you a pretty solid understanding around you. One of the problems is pretty much always there is undead close to you in Chalt, and most of the other things aren't necessarily here all that often. So I think on the western side of this, you all should be able to see the actual entrance. It's a pretty big map, but you should be able to see that.
yep. So what time of day is it, and who else is like critically injured?
Jarek could tend to Rin after the fight. Like as we're passing, he could use his healer's kit to patch up some of her wounds.
Thanks.
Y'all are looking at probably like around midday-ish, about like 11 o'clock on this day, more or less high sun.
No time for a 4-hour short nap?
Long rest you can only do once a day.
What about the short rest 4-hour thing? What is that then?
There is no 4-hour short rest. It's 1 hour for a short rest or 8 hours for a long rest. You just have to meditate for 4 hours of it.
Okay.
So Rin, you can get back 13 hit points.
Nice. Thank you for that. So that puts me at 20.
And Eku will heal you the rest of the way.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Let's get them.
Bam. So ahead of you all can see the initial entrance to this little area. Oh, I guess you're actually at the back of the frog creature, but that's minor details here. And I think this is gonna be close to where we stop things.
This could, as we're approaching the entrance to this maze, I guess Jarek would just want to look to see if he sees any footsteps or tracks, kind of near to the entrance.
Roll a perception.
Darren would aid him with his hunterly ways if he could.
Roll a perception as well.
Darren sneezes. It's bad allergies out here.
Let me get a history from Jarek and Darren.
Sorry.
You all spot pretty recent signs of travel into this area, and it's confirming more that there are grungs in this area, the frog people, and that is probably a statue to the frog deity.
Yeah, so Jarek would relay that to the others and just caution them to be on their guard. If this is a holy site, they may be protective of it.
Does anybody speak Grun?
Can't say that I do.
I do
Sorry,
not.
Well, I sure hope we don't have to talk our way out of anything.
Holy shit, I was not prepared to run this one. This is some fucking crazy shit. So yeah, y'all walking inside?
Well, with an intro like that, I want to see now.
Oh, you know what? Gosh, that's it. Maybe we'll just turn around and head on the other way to.
A Terran would go in. Cautiously, though.
Is everybody following Taryn?
I think I
What are you
left my
doing that's
oven on you guys.
cautious?
I gotta go back to town.
I'm following
Basically,
Taryn.
going slow, looking for basically anything that stands out that isn't just.
Let me get a perception check from you.
And yeah, Jarek could probably be giving him a bit of space and maybe falling about 10 feet behind.
Well, looking around, Taryn, you're not really seeing anything that's like seems like it's trapped or there's anything particularly like deadly in this immediate area.
Well, that's good.
I
Well, it
want
stays that way.
to cast invisibility on myself and walk inside and look around.
Gotcha. Let me get a dexterity save from Darren and then a dexterity save at advantage from Jarek.
But what? I didn't even do anything.
Exactly.
Ah.
Shortly after
Oh, no.
Taryn walks in and you watch Rin walk in and you watch Jarek walk in, the wall is going to disappear and there's going to be thorns in front of Rin, or in front of Darren, and you are separated from the party.
Oh, cool.
This is gonna go well.
Neato, gang.
So you all
Just
have
Darren?
effectively at this point I'm going to I really fucking hate that Larry's not here.
How about with the Eku?
Somebody can roll a d20 with Echo.
Well, not me. My dice are cursed today.
Taryn.
So Echo will be inside.
Suck.
Would Eileen be mad if I rolled for him? Oh, you got it.
Yeah, it's going to be Island and Darren outside of the maze, as the entire structure, for those of you who have walked inside, you're going to watch as everything is going to change. And you are going to be in an entirely different area. The few of you who are there, there's going to be areas of thorns that kind of grow up or between one and the other of you, and you're just on the other sides of a different area. But you're going to find out pretty quickly here that this maze changes every so often. And that's exactly where we're going to stop.
Split the party. Split the party.
You did that. You said, no, I don't want to go with you guys.
It's big and scary.
Yeah, the moment I said what I said was when I realized that it says every minute or so, it changes. And I was like, oh, fuck. And that's why, like, the moment you're like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna walk in here, and Chris is like, yeah, I'm definitely walking in here. It's like, yep, this is gonna fuck the party
I
really
played
Cam,
bad.
myself.
I gotta give him at least a saving throw.
Cam, what are you not going to adventure? Do you want to go back to town and buy a house?
No, like I was totally
Okay.
gonna but I just needed a minute to think about it, and like, it's fine. This is fine. What could possibly go wrong?
And this is the point where I tell you I'm not gonna be here next session.
Hey, you got
I
me
have work.
there. Rude.
Super green. Super
And,
green.
and Aelin will be outside, but we have Eku in here. So it's me, Eku, and Jarek. Now it's all dark.
Yeah, I gotta like shuffle the board because it's going to move. The other option is I have to find like 5 or 6 different artists' renditions of this, so I can just move them around like that. I can't
Well,
believe, like, when I read this in my like first go through, that I did not catch the fact that this place shifts, because that's one of the problems with like reading everything like in the first go, is I did not pick up on that. I thought this was like a sweet maze that you got to find your way through, and is otherwise, struggle city, but not necessarily like that it's gonna shift.
And welcome to hell.
It's the Tomb of Horrors. all, all over.
and of course, our archaeologist is on the outside.
Yeah, so that's like the initial view of you all who have gone inside. And then the folks outside are just looking at a wall right now.
So we don't even see like the wall of thorns behind us that we would expect to see that we just walked through, right?
Yeah, like you all were walking into the corridor on the way in, and you're now like inside of this thing, just surrounded by walls of thorns.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, that's definitely a cliffhanger for next week.
Oops.
I would have walked in anyway.
I feel like Island is warning people to be cautious, but everybody we only Darren listened to, and the rest of us ignored him and just walked right in.
Nothing has been easy about this entire continent. I don't feel like I should go in here. And proof. Got it. Guys, wait, where'd everybody go?
Come on, the streak's got to end sometime, right? Sometime we got to walk in, and it's going to be less bad than our worst fears, but apparently not yet.
Today is not that day.
Well, if I could add to it, the other thing that it says is the moment that you walk into the maze, you actually get surrounded by grungs. So it is going to get more bad.